Here are the names of the Glamorgan team in no particular order. Kieran Carlson is captain. Billy Root, Sam Northeast, Andrew Salter, Dan Douthwaite, Jamie Gilroy, Tim Vanderhilton, David Lloyd, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook, and Joe Cook. And the Derbyshire team, Lewis Rees, Billy Godleman, captain, Harry Kane, Tom Wood, Brooke Guess, wicketkeeper, Anuj Dar, Mark Watt, Matty McKeon, Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors, and Nick Cox. We're going to get underway just over 5 minutes. Welcome to our umpires for today, Nigel Long and Simon Ritter. Soon to be followed by the Glamorgan team, led by their captain, Kieran Carlson.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for the opening game of the one-day cup with the holders, Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Glamorgan have won the toss and they have decided they will have a bowl first. So the holders, that's the second time I've mentioned the fact that they're the holders and will be the last. They've decided to have a bowl first in their, I suppose we ought to give strips really, yellow shirts and very dark blue / black, I think it's dark blue, trousers, and Derbyshire in their new kit, which is the palest of pale blues with the club colours flashed across the stomachs. They're also on the bottom of the right leg at the back, which makes them look like Masons, bizarrely, but I like it. And alongside me from BBC Radio Wales is Nick Webb.
Well, those strips are a bit of a retro flashback to '93 and the first year of coloured kit, when all the counties had similar designs, obviously in different colours. Anyway, it's nice to be here as the BBC commentator on the defending champions.
Did they win it last year? I've forgotten all about it. See, the problem is I very rarely watch cricket on a Thursday from Trent Bridge, so Saturday final this year. The ECB have got it all hopelessly wrong.
And people have got at least a couple of weeks to buy tickets.
Well, they're on sale now, aren't they? As I understand. Available from all good bookshops. This is somebody I've never seen before.
McIlroy.
Jamie McIlroy, yeah. Left arm over the wicket from the City, and first ball left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to Chris Cook, the Glamorgan keeper. I'll let Nick do the Glamorgan side, but the Derbyshire team, if you were following the game against Shropshire at the weekend, the one change is Mark Watt for Mitch Wagstaff. So Billy Godwin and Lewis Rees opening up, Harry Kane, Tom Woodbrook Guest, Anuj Dal, Matty McKeon and Mark Watt, Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Nick Potts as McIlroy is in again, and that one just beats the edge of Lewis Rees' bat and goes through to the keeper.
The Glamorgan side then, it is the same 11 which defeated Wales on Sunday, and for Derbyshire listeners, I haven't got time to explain Glamorgan playing Wales. Glamorgan line up North East, Lloyd, Ingram, Carlson, Root, Chris Cook, Joe Cook, Douthwaite, Salter, Van der Hoogten and McIlroy.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees, and there's no run.
The spare players in the squad. Well, Tom Bevan was a late addition, having scored 80 for Wales national county against Glamorgan on Saturday. And James Wheel and Prem Sisodia, I believe, are also with us.
He's just put his name forward for the Big Bash, hasn't he? I noticed he was on a list that I saw.
Indeed.
A couple of Derbyshire players have as well. There's McIlroy bowls, and it's guided out into the offside. No run again as it's picked up in the covers.
Well, if you presumably there's not an entry fee, so if it's the cost of an email, then you might as well stick your name in.
Oh, no question about it. I was thinking of putting my name forward, actually.
Well, you're training up for the European Judo Championships, aren't you?
Potentially not. This next delivery from McIlroy is left alone outside the off stump.
For Welsh listeners who might have not seen that particular social media gem.
And why would you?
There is out there in the social media world a couple of minutes of Mr. Dave Fletcher training for judo.
Training might be over-egging it. It was very painful. There's McIlroy to complete the first over, and that's wrapped Lewis Rees on the pad and dribbled down to third man. They pick up the first run. Both batsmen will remain on naught as the leg bye is signalled. Our umpires today, incidentally, Nigel Long and Simon Widdop. That's Nigel Long with two L's, of course. And they're one without loss after the first over, Derbyshire.
Simon who?
Widdop.
Widdop.
I understand, yes. W-I-D-D-U-P, not somebody I've come across. Will Smith, the match referee, just down the corridor.
No, not everyone at the toss was aware of Mr. Widdop's surname. It seemed a little rude to ask him, "Who are you, mate?"
The scorer, when he was announcing it, didn't know either.
Long, by the way, pronounced long means ship in Welsh.
So he's Nigel Shipp?
He's Nigel Shipp in Welsh.
Excellent. Well, I think we should call him that.
Van der Hoogten then to bowl his first over in an official Glamorgan first team match since Durham in mid-May.
Wow.
He was out injured from the T20 Blast with a muscle strain and wasn't selected for the last 2 championship games, but he will be opening the bowling for Glamorgan pretty regularly in this as he runs away from us and bowls, and Rees gets a run off the glove, I think, there. Ball rolls down towards square leg and they jog through for a single.
Trying to work out whether this is one of the 2 hybrid pitches that Derbyshire have got now. It's close, certainly. I'll have to check with somebody.
Yeah. Didn't have a chance to check because the toss was conducted while the pitch was still under the covers. They'd had a look at it. They knew what it looked like. 22 yards long. Yeah. Some wood at either end hit it.
Bit of grass.
Bit of grass in the middle.
Yeah.
2 without loss Derbyshire on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Derby and BBC Sport Wales as Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's tucked away on the leg side by Godleman, and they're through for a quick singler's route. Cannot pick up cleanly coming round from mid-wicket.
Billy Godleman's performance, he didn't play at all in the T20 and was dropped for the last 2 championship matches as well, despite being the captain. 225 runs at 15 in the championship this season, but he got a 17-ball 50 and a 43-ball century against Shropshire on Sunday.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and there's appeal for LBW, no response from the umpire.
Leg by though.
A leg by ensues.
Yeah, so his form has been, but he got his. It was Shropshire and all the usual caveats apply. But the way that he batted was going back to 2019, the season when he got 2,000 all-format runs for Derbyshire. He was dancing down the pitch and flaying the ball to all parts.
Will he be able to do so today? Van der Hoogten is bowling to Godleman, who lobs it up in the air. Should be caught. Douthwaite's underneath it, and he's out. 4 for 1. Tim Van der Hoogten strikes. The curse of commentator Dave Fletcher strikes.
Yes. That was unfortunate. He's got a leading edge, hasn't he, there? Faced 2 deliveries for his 1, Billy Godleman, and 4 for 1 isn't the start that Derbyshire will have been looking for. The good thing is that Harry Kane has been opening the batting in the Championship, and he's due in next. But Godleman, he never really looked like he was going to do anything massively aggressive. And it's perished very early, and Billy Godleman's disappointing season continues. I like Dan Douthwaite. I know he's only caught the very simple catch, but I've always liked him ever since we first saw him.
He might have had his first. He certainly, I interviewed him for the first time here. I'm not sure whether it was his debut or not.
Could have been. Could have been from
could well have
looking
been.
back. What, 3 years ago?
He's a whole-hearted cricketer.
Yeah, I like him.
Tries to hit the ball hard. Bowling is well good at taking wickets, not always good at keeping line and length. Something will happen with Dan Douthwaite bowling. It is a very simple catch indeed, off a leading edge as Godleman got squared up and played no sort of shot at all. Harry Kane, 23-year-old, who averaged 23 in the competition last year.
Tell Glamorgan as a whole, you've taken it very seriously, haven't you? Research and everything.
Research and everything, yeah.
Well, there weren't somebody in here, has
many Glamorgan players to research because only 4 of this 11 played in the final.
Wow.
In fact, only 4 of the 11 played at all.
I don't think we should even call them holders.
Van der Hoogten is in, came, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump. Comes back a bit through to Chris Cook. No run. Yes, I did do a piece of where they are. Where are they now for the BBC website? If we get a gap between overs and run through you.
Yeah. Actually, I might go back and see how many of these players played for Derbyshire last season.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and Kame allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there's no run.
Early delivery of cakes from Edward Bevan.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Thank you very much indeed to Mrs. Bevan
Yes.
for the provision of Welsh cakes.
Well, if Edward had said he'd made them, I might have thought twice, if I'm honest. I don't know him that well, but I know him well enough. So 4 for 1 after 2 overs. First of 8 games guaranteed in August. McIlroy bowls to Rees, who pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run.
Jamie McIlroy may be a new name to Derbyshire listeners and viewers. He's came into first-class cricket quite late after playing mostly minor or national counties cricket, as it's now called, through his 20s. 28 years old, made 2 championship appearances last year in the first and last games of the season.
His next delivery is driven, but Cook again diving, tumbling, stop in the covers. No run.
He is shaven on top, which gives him the age of the appearance of someone who's somewhat old to be a newbie in the first-class game.
I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at, but I'll take your word for it. I just think it makes you look younger.
Plenty of hair on the bottom of the chin. As McIlroy bowls, and is he caught behind? They've all gone up, and he's given. Lewis Rees has gone also for 1, and Derbyshire are 4 for 2 after a dreadful start. A wicket apiece for Van der Hoogten and McIlroy.
Yes. Well, I was going to admonish you for taking my delivery there, but you did a far better job than I could have done.
Apologies,
No,
Dave.
no, you carry on. You carry on. You carry on taking wickets. It's nothing to do with me, these wickets. 4 for 2, obviously, they're nothing to do with me because it's happening out there. 11 deliveries Lewis Rees faced for his 1, and Derbyshire now in a spot of bother, I think it's fair to say, as Tom Wood, fascinating interview with Tom Wood. It's still out there on the BBC Sport. No, it's on the Radio Derby website, I think. Banned for 6 months after taking an inhaler, which he'd been taking since his being an early teenager, but unfortunately didn't get one of those use exemption,
Oh dear.
whatever they're called, and got a 6-month ban. As this is his first competitive game of the season. Did score what was at the time the second fastest Derbyshire white ball century last season against Notts. That's since been usurped to 3rd by a century from Wayne Mountain in the T20. A very fine white ball cricketer, but it is his first competitive game of the campaign, and I'm sure there'll be a few nerves for Tom Wood. 2 batsmen, both on naught, not ideal for the home side.
Apologies for nicking your ball.
No,
It's very ill-disciplined. I rambled down too far down the alleyway of hair.
I did wonder where you were going to stop, and when you didn't, it was perfectly fine. I'm not precious.
It's all right. I'll be the same way in a few years. It's going rapidly. Why do you think I got a cap on?
I just thought that you didn't want the sun in your eyes, but I kept looking for the sun, and
No.
it's getting brighter now, which is good news. It's warm, which is equally good. And Tom Wood to face his first ball competitively. Did get 70-odd not out on Sunday, but this is a different kettle of fish as McIlroy bowls to him, and he turns it for his first competitive run of the season down to long leg. So Tom Wood is up and running, and Derbyshire are 5 for 2 with a bit of rebuilding to do here. It's not quite the same as in T20, whereas if you lose 3 wickets in the first power play, that you can't win a game. But if you lose 2 wickets inside the first 2.5 overs, it doesn't generally do your chances a lot of good. Kame's been in decent form since he returned to the red ball side. Played the last 2 matches in the championship before the break for the Royal London. On strike now and driven very pleasantly, but straight to the man at mid-off. It was Kieran Carlson, the skipper, and there's no run.
I'm informed by Dr. Hignell that Simon Widdup is a former Yorkshire wicketkeeper.
Is he indeed?
So there we are. Now you know.
There's a Widdup with an O who's a Yorkshireman born in Halifax who did great things in the NRL and is now back at Warrington. Different spelling there. McIlroy bowls edged into the ground by Harry Kame. It dropped some way in front of Sam Northeast, in actual fact. He did well to get a hand to it to stop it, but a genuine edge, and the over comes to an end Both bowlers, McIlroy and Van der Hoogten, have got a wicket apiece, and Derbyshire 5 for 2. Well, get an early finish anyway.
I think you have to say, Dave, that this was a good toss to win, given that there seems to be a bit of life in this pitch. And with the overhead conditions being cloudy and a little bit sultry, then there might be a little bit of movement in the air as well. Van der Hoogten to run away from us at the racecourse end and bowl to Tom Wood. Settles, 2 right-handers now, having started with 2 left-handers. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's angled down to third man, just run deliberately past the slips. McIlroy fields, single taken. So Glamorgan, from their full-strength squad, a minus Michael Hogan to Southern Brave and Michael Neser, who is not being considered for this competition. He was due to go after this week's 2 games anyway, back to Queensland. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and inside edge and pad bounced out on the offside anyway, and there's no run. Michael Neser could potentially have played in the opening 2 games of this competition before returning to Queensland for pre-season stuff, but it was judged that he was in pieces after his championship workload of the last month, where he has bowled an awful lot. Van der Hoogten will try and replace that spearhead role, and there's an LBW appeal and another wicket as Kane pushes forward. He's gone without scoring, and Derbyshire are all over the place at 6 for 3. Van der Hoogten has 2. That looked fairly straightforward, just missed a pitched up delivery, angling in a little bit, and Kane's gone for naught.
Well, I've never seen an LBW more out, I don't think. His bat was nowhere near it, almost playing with his bat behind his pad, and just struck him right in front. Harry Kane, almost inexplicable, and he goes for a duck. This is starting to look like the Shropshire innings, which wasn't great. Bowled out for 89, and one of the batsmen scored 69 not out.
If that had been an official list A game, that may well have been some sort of record for domination of scoring, I suspect.
72+% of the runs, yeah.
There was a famous instance in first-class cricket before my time as a reporter, but Glenn Turner scored some improbable number for Worcestershire against Glamorgan, something in the 70s or maybe 80% even, but yeah, so Derbyshire thrashing Shropshire in their warm-up game, but unfortunately for the home side, it has not done their batsmen any good today.
Can't we play you every week? The new batsman is the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. We probably didn't expect to be in quite this early. He's been in decent nick with the red ball. Did okay in the T20. Still the Kamano's Dala didn't play any T20 cricket at all, but was 12th man for just about every single game. He's had a terrific season. McKiernan, Mark Watt, and then it's the 3 number 11s, Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Nick Potts. So real problems here for Derbyshire. Real problems.
Absolutely. Guest then, who got runs in the championship against Glamorgan earlier in the season. Seems an awful long time ago. It was game 4 of the season, so Van der Hoogten is into bowl to Gast, who will get off the mark first ball, running one down to third man McIlroy fields, 7 for 3. Very entertaining championship game between these 2 counties here.
Wasn't it?
Back at back end of April, beginning of May, where both sides were within a chance of winning. Glamorgan was set 331 in 55 overs. Didn't look as though they were going for it until after the tea interval. They finished 310 for 8, so either side could have won. Van der Hoogten bowls and steered away on the offside by Wood, fielded at point. There's no run. Glamorgan have 3 slips at the moment. David Lloyd, who is not captaining the side in this format, because Kieran Carlson is doing it. Sam Northeast and Joe Cook has gone into third.
I'm going to leave you to it for a moment. I've just been asked if I can do an update after this song. That's good, isn't it?
As Van der Hoogten into bowl to Wood, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. There is no run, and it is the end of another successful Van der Hoogten over, and Derbyshire are 7 for 3 off 4. So a quite atrocious start for the home side, having been put in. A little bit of life in the wicket, and Glamorgan have exploited it fully. 1 wicket to Van der Hoogten, 2 to McIlroy. As McIlroy will start off the new over from the city end. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Brooke Gast into the gloves of Chris Cook. So McIlroy played 2 championship matches last season. He's played 2 T20 matches this season, in which he took 5 wickets. And the last 2 matches away to Essex and Kent. And he also played in the warm-up match against Wales, in which he claimed 3 wickets there. McIlroy in, bowls. Again, decent pace and carry. It's not the fastest McIlroy, just the fast side of medium, but he's getting a good bit of bounce and posing questions here this morning. Next delivery, inside edge onto pad by Gast, looking to drive on the offside. It's fielded by Salter, coming in from point. Well, Dave is doing his update quickly through the Glamorgan players who aren't here from last year's final winning side. Hamish Rutherford, New Zealand opener, last seen playing for Leicestershire in Britain. Nick Selman didn't renew his contract, went back home to Australia. McIlroy bowls. Oh, that was nearly played on there by Guest. Another inside edge, and just took his pad and skimmed the off stump. And Guest playing a couple of false shots. Tom Cullen is being kept out of this side by the presence of Chris Cook, who was at the 100 last year. James Wheel is one of the 12th men. Lucas Carey has rather dropped off the radar. He comes to the end of his contract shortly. Michael Hogan at the 100. McIlroy bowls and blocked by Gast, rather more safely up to mid-on this time. And to save the best till last of the players who are not here from Glamorgan's final winning side, Stephen Reingold joined the Royal Marines.
Oh, magnificent.
There we are. So he's in the military now.
Cricket wasn't tough enough for him.
McIlroy bowls. Good bounce again as Guest leaves outside off stump. End of the over, and it remains 7 for 3 after 5. So it's fair to say that Derbyshire don't look like making full use of the power play.
No.
Which I presume remains at 10 overs.
Well, only halfway through it at the moment.
Despite the reduction to 49 overs of this game.
Well, it's ludicrous,
pointless, isn't it? As if they couldn't have knocked a few minutes off the interval.
Yeah, which is 45 minutes long. Van der Hoogten then from the racecourse and down the leg side and signalled wide. No leeway for the bowlers in the white ball game. 8 for 3. Well, Derbyshire opened their campaign last year against Leicestershire at Grace Road. And lost by 6 wickets, which is a terrific effort to lose to Leicestershire by anything, in all honesty. They only made 275 in 50 overs, and Leicestershire knocked them off with 3.5 overs to spare. So not only did they lose, it was a very long day as well. As Van der Hoogten with 3 slips in place, in and bowls. Now strikes the pad of Tom Wood again and loops into the gully region. batsmen not having a particularly good time of it. Harry Kame opened with Billy Godalming last year. Brooke Guest came in at 3. Godalming, in fact, got a century against Leicestershire in that game. Finn Hudson-Prentice is at Sussex now, of course. Wicketkeeper Harvey Hussain was forced to retire due to concussion problems. Anuj Dal, I'll never remember that, Gary, but it's very kind of you.
Thank you.
Anuj Dal in the side, of course. Nils Priestley was released in the winter. Connor Marshall, as Van der Hoogten is in again, and that one is off the face of the bat. We haven't seen that too many times, out into the offside by Tom Wood, no run. Connor Marshall was basically a club cricketer, a very good club cricketer, but came in to make up the numbers with the greatest of respect to him, bowled nicely. And Ravi Rampal, of course, is sunning himself somewhere in the Caribbean, I would imagine, if he hasn't got a gig somewhere else.
Have boots will travel.
Yes, very much that. They do miss Finn Hudson-Prentice, though. Van der Hoogten runs away from us and bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through by Tom Wood.
To try to interpret simply the missive that was passed to us during the course of that over, the final power play will start an over early.
Thank you, Gary. He's good. He's written it down for me now. Yeah.
So that
the final power play will just end an over early. So it's 1 to 10, 11 to 39, 40 to 49.
Well, yes, depends on what you call the power plays.
Well,
it's
yeah,
nonsense.
it's not, absolutely.
Van der Hoogten bowls wide outside off stump, and Wood tries to cut. I'm not getting paid per delivery. I do apologise. I've got mixed up here. It's all your fault for nipping off to do that update, you see. It scrambled my brain.
I tried to tell people what's going on, and you come back and it's all gone.
Well, it's the brighter face of cricket. We can commentate on alternate balls, you see. It'll get the young people listening.
Yes, it will. Well, it'll be easier for them to understand, won't it? Nick Buxton's asking when Masood is back again. Goodness only knows. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. That one is aerial out into the offside, out towards the point region of the bat of Tom Wood for 4 runs, and Derbyshire have got themselves a boundary, everybody. The first 4 of the match. Wood moves on to 6, and Derbyshire up to 12 for 3. The recovery is on. Of course, he also says this happened last week, and we know how that ended. Derbyshire against Worcestershire were 3 for 3 and 14 for 5 in their first innings, and went on to win handsomely. I'm not sure you can win from 14 for 5 in a one-day game. That's the only thing I would suggest, but good to hear from you, Nick, nonetheless. Here is Van der Hoogten again, balls. That one is defended. Final ball of the over by Wood. Back towards the bowler. We've now completed 6 overs. Derbyshire have lost 3 wickets. Godalming for 1, Rees for 1, and Kame without scoring. Wood has 6, Guest has 1. And Derbyshire are 12 for 3. Yes. Not great.
Andrew Chapman gives me that Glenn Turner stat. 141 out of 169 at Swansea in 1977.
Wow.
Thank you, Andrew. McIlroy bowls a push and run on the offside. From Guest, they'll have to hurry. There could be overthrows as well. No, there is a fielder to back up at fine leg as the throw came in from cover. And not quite sure whether they were home or not. There was so much happening there.
Well, there might have been overthrows had Tom Wood not been getting into his ground on his back. Look at the state of the back of his shirt. The whole of his right arm and his back is covered in dust because he had to get the dive out to make sure that he was back. The ball didn't strike hit the stumps in the end, but risky. Just what you want when you've got 3 wickets down in the 7th over, a risky single.
Tom Wood, who has the only boundary to date, faces up to McIlroy, and his hit on the thigh pad looked a bit high and possibly a bit leg side-ish. They've gone through for a leg bye, but Glamorgan, perhaps understandably, are getting excited about most things at the moment. 13 for 3.
I'm not surprised.
The Yellow Army. I think that hashtag has been taken by Peshawar Zalmi, who strangely came to Newport earlier in the year. As McIlroy bowls, there's an appeal for LBW, bit of bat maybe. Appeal dies away quickly as Guest pushed forward and was beaten by that one.
It's got a chance of pitching outside leg as well, hasn't it? So But yeah, another one gets past the defences and hits the pads. Unsurprisingly, at Sedbergh, where Lancashire are playing Essex, also in this group, they're not expecting until 1:30. When I left home this morning, I live up in the northwest in Bolton. You couldn't see the end of the street. It was hammering it down, absolutely hammering it down.
McIlroy bowls down leg side. Did that flick the pad? No, it didn't, says the umpire, and it is called a wide.
Another game in this group. They are due to restart fairly shortly at York, where Yorkshire are taking on Northamptonshire. Yorkshire 29 without loss after 5 overs. They don't appear to have lost any overs there, though. And yet we did.
McIlroy is into bowl, and Guest plays defensively on the leg side. Good morning to random female. We are apparently cheering her up on a very wet birthday in Pontyclean. Penblwydd hapus, happy birthday.
Indeed, no,
it's random.
Yes, yes. Who are the other teams in this group then that I'm missing here? I can't. Worcestershire and Kent. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
McIlroy bowls and beats the outside edge of Guest, whose feet were a little bit wobbly on that one. Went for the drive, but didn't quite have his feet in the right place. And practiced the shot that he might have played. If you are just joining us a few minutes late, well, we started a few minutes late at 10 past, and Glamorgan started rather more quickly than Derbyshire. They've lost Rees for 1, Godalming for 1, and came without scoring. 2 wickets to Van der Hoogten, 1 to McIlroy. Who's in now to bowl, and Guest taking a pace down the pitch. Defends out on the offside. 15 for 3 then at the end of 7 overs, and
you had enough.
I think Mr. Edward Bevan might be called upon to work for a living, and I'll be back in 25 minutes, half an hour or whatever to replace you.
Not a problem. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Worcestershire 42 for 4 against Kent at Worcester. They won the toss and decided to bat. So it's Van der Hoogten, unsurprisingly, 3 overs, 2 for 9, in and bowls. That one is in the air, down the ground off the bat of Tom Wood, and he's got himself another boundary. Wood moves on to 10, 19 for 3. Good to see an aggressive shot being played. I've seen many of those over the course of today. Edward, how are you?
Good morning, Dave. Good to see you as always.
Good to be here.
I heard you talking of the rain in the north. There's rain in Swansea. It's hammering down.
I believe so. There's Van der Hoogten again from the racecourse end, bowls to Wood, strikes the pad, big appeal. Might have been an inside edge.
I
think it was too high as well. I think your microphone might have twisted. Just let me do something for you. Try that.
Is that any better?
That's much better. We can hear you now.
Good.
Well, it's a matter of opinion, clearly, but no, it's much better. Of course it is. No point coming all this way and not actually nobody been able to hear you.
They wouldn't mind.
Good start from Glamorgan, this.
I think it's swing more than anything in this humid atmosphere.
And the Hookton is in, and that one wraps Wood somewhere in midships. Can't do anything about it. Looks down accusingly at the pitch. Marks his guard.
Yes, Van der Hoogten had a long time out, as Nick has probably told you, and coming back, and he's full of life.
Must have been itching to play again.
Yes.
Tosses himself a catch at the end of his mark, which is around about 25 yards, something like that. Not a massively long run-up for Van der Hoogten. In and bowls, and Wood tries to carve it into the leg side, gets the bottom edge, and it goes down to what is effectively a very fine leg for 4 more. He moves to 14, 23 for 3.
Yes, they're playing some very odd shots out there because it's 50 overs, not just 20 or 40. Just take your time, see off the new ball because it looks as if it's a very good pitch. Good toss to win, obviously, because of the humidity, which but these balls hardly swing after about 8 or 9 overs.
They don't do much. One at each end, of course, which
Yes.
just prolongs the life a little bit. Wood gets one around about middle and leg, and he pushes it out into the leg side where it's fielded by Billy Root.
And Glamorgan have been more fortunate than they were last year as regarding team selection, because they have David Lloyd back, they've got Douthwaite back, they've got Van de Gooten back, and the only one that is gone is Michael Hogan, and obviously that is a huge loss, but worked out by the batting, which is pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does look slightly concerning from a Derbyshire perspective as Van der Hoogten bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Wood to go through to the keeper. He's got 14, Guest has 2, and Derbyshire are 23 for 3 after 8.
Yes, and McIlroy, relatively new to one-day cricket. He did play a couple of games, and he also played up at Yorkshire last year, but I think he's bowled extremely well. And when you get a left-arm seam, as you well know, Dave, it is a bonus to get the ball going the other way, if you like, and the one coming back in, and hence he's got 3 slips. Anyway, he's coming in now and bowls, and it's a false shot then. It was well outside the off stump, and Wood trying to, I guess, rather trying to force it away through the covers.
In between his bat and his pads,
yes.
He's reaching too far, isn't he? He's reaching too far for it, whether it's just nipping back or, as you say, swinging through the air a little bit to disconcert him.
There is a little breeze, it's not huge. That probably helps as he comes in from that far end and bowls. It's a good looking shot there, clipped away off his legs down towards the final leg boundary, but they're only taking one as good throw comes in from Van de Gooten. Away to our left, takes the score now on to 24 for 3. Wood is on 14, Guest is on 3. And McIlroy over the wicket, bowls, and that's short, and that's 4 runs. It's hit away through the offside. The very, very quick boundary. Oh, it's not. It's a very long boundary as well, and they're going to get 2. I thought that was going to race away for 4, because despite the little drop of rain we've had this morning, the outfield here is looking fairly parched and really is travelling. 26 for 3. Wood is on 16.
Strange in that game. The game in the hottest week of the year, or the only hot week of the year that we had a few weeks ago.
It's McIlroy in bowls. And that's, yeah, it was left. We give him the benefit of the doubt.
Derbyshire lost the toss, so Notts decided to bat on the 40-degree day and made 430 for 1. The ball was flying across the outfield.
Yeah.
By days 3 and 4, after we'd had a little drop of rain, it was barely crawling across it.
It's probably stayed on top. It couldn't go down because there's been so much hardness at the top of the ground.
It's playing on concrete, isn't it, out there, I would imagine.
In comes McIlroy, bowls, and this time half a peel. He got a bat on that. And initially, the wicketkeeper and the slips were interested, but a little nick onto the pad. And the very experienced Nigel Long shook his head. We had Mr. Long at Leicestershire for that incredible game about 10 days ago. He's following us around. 26 for 3. As in comes McIlroy, bowls, and that's a good-looking shot. It didn't really time it. They're only going to get a single, as it's fielded there by the captain, Carlson. That is the end of another over. Derbyshire, who were put into bat by Carlson earlier this morning, are now 27 for 3. The run rate remains at 3. And we've had 9 overs, so another over, and they can scatter far and wide if they need to, Dave.
Well, they don't need to at the moment. Do they keep the pressure on? It would be the way forward, I imagine, but it'll be all down to Kieran Carlson, depending on how he wants to go. There's plenty of experience out there as well. I mean, he's experienced himself, but there's plenty of other experienced players out there to offer their bits of advice as well. As Tim van der Hoogten begins a new over from the racecourse, and the ball is pushed out into the offside. It's to Carlson. And they scamper through for a quick single. Wood moves on to 18, 28 for 3.
I must say I enjoyed your game. I didn't watch it right through. My wife would have had something to say. She did say, "What are you watching?" I said, "I'm watching Worcester Derby."
What on
And I
earth
got
are
all
you
the
watching
good,
that
as
for?
far as Derby were concerned, I got all the good bits, and yeah, enjoyed it. Similar to the game Glamorgan played there.
Yes, they were behind at various points. Van der Hoogten bowls. It's defended up towards Dan Douthwaite at mid-on. There's
And,
no run.
you know, Derbyshire listeners might be interested. The Glamorgan played there about a month ago, and they were 132 behind on first innings, and then turned it round, chased 330, something like that, 332 again, and got them with route down 99 not out. It was the other way around because you bowled them out, but good games of championship cricket that we are sadly going to lack in the month of July, month of August.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My grandson has asked me to watch somebody play forward defensive or something like that. I say, I can't, son, because there's nobody playing.
Guest waits as Van der Hoogten bowls through and gets a thick inside edge down to backward square leg for a single. Seen a lot of this so far, either.
Nipping in, isn't it? Coming in with the arm.
And yet the ball that got Harry Kame out leg before wicket, he just seemed to play
Half forward.
down the wrong line as well. The bat was nowhere near the ball. Struck him right in front. Looked out from here. Derbyshire were reduced to 6 for 3. They were 3 for 3 at Worcestershire.
Yeah.
And 14 for 5 in their first innings. And still won somehow. Van der Hoogten in and balls. That was edged and brilliantly caught by the keeper. That is a terrific catch by Chris Cook, leaping away to his right-hand side, and Tom Wood's gone now. Derbyshire are 4 down. That was absolutely motoring. It was a poor shot. But just for a split second, I wasn't sure whether the wicketkeeper and the slip would leave it for each other. But Cook took control, took the one-handed catch, and Derbyshire 29 for 4.
Yeah, well, that was so wide, you could just watch it go by. And he had a huge belt at it, top edge, as you say, a good catch. Whether David Lloyd would have taken it at first slip, we'll never know, because it was travelling. So Cook decided, I've got the gloves on, I'll go for it, and he took it. But not good cricket.
3 fours, the only fours that Derbyshire have scored in this innings so far for Tom Wood in his 23-ball innings of 18. And here comes Anuj Dal, who's having the season of his life in red ball cricket. Didn't play a single game of T20. Remarkably.
Played well in that game at Worcester.
Didn't he just? Yeah, century, a half century and a 5 for the first Derbyshire non-spinner to do that. Although 12 months earlier, Matt Critchley had done exactly the same thing. The leg spinner is now at Essex.
Essex, yes.
Yeah. Been opening the batting at Essex in the T20. He won't be there, of course, in the Royal London. He'll be in South Wales with so many other people. Liz Deploy and George Scrimshaw from Derbyshire will be down there.
Michael Hogan's gone down to Southampton.
Yeah, don't understand it, Edward.
You don't.
Try to remain as uncontentious as possible.
Yes.
Somebody's told me we're on Sports Extra, but I'm not entirely sure if we are or not. But if we are, welcome along to the county ground. Van der Hoogten, a couple of balls left in his 5th over into Dahl, who leaves alone. One that just comes back a little bit.
And I think now, Fletch, that Derbyshire have just got to play this as a proper cricket match if it was the first innings of a championship match, because they... couple of them got out trying to play some very odd shots, and that last one was a perfect example. Not to say that Van der Hoogten and McIlroy bowled extremely well.
And goes Van der Hoogten again and bowls, and this one is left alone outside the off stump. England are playing South Africa in the Commonwealth Games, so I doubt whether, indeed, if that game is going ahead. That's the end of the over, incidentally, 29 for 4. England are 94 for 5 against South Africa at Edgbaston. We're supposed to be on Sports Extra at 3 o'clock, Edward. You might be on the motorway by then at this rate.
Well, yeah, I hope not, because It's rather a long way to come, if you see.
Oh, well, at least you've seen some cricket this year. There was none at all last year when you came up.
No, we talked from, what was it, 9:30 until 4 and went over.
I think we put the world to rights, didn't we?
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure that was the game. Potentially. There's people putting their coats on, incidentally, now. It is raining, and the umbrellas are going up as well.
Here is McIlroy, and the batsman pulls away. I think the wind or something might have blown something in his eye. Yes, we say it's raining, but the toss was delayed because we had hardly a shower of rain, and I think it's with this wind, it's going to blow across. You can see some bright spots down away to our left.
Sadly, that's where the weather's gone. It all comes from the west.
Right, okay.
Which is filled in at the moment.
Yeah, it's the next ball, and another peel. I think again he might have got something on it. It's gone down to the boundary, and it stopped just inside by Van der Gooten. They go through for 2 runs, of which there was a bat on it.
Yeah. The problem the ground staff have got is that the covers are on the wrong side of the ground for them. They're across in front of the members of the players' pavilion, rather, away to our left. And they're going off now, incidentally. The sun is shining, but the rain is falling and they're going off.
Yes, they're going off, and Derbyshire, and a lot of bother here. They were put into bat and they lost 4 wickets for just 31 runs in 10 overs and 1 ball. This could be the pattern of the day, according to the weather forecast, although some differ from others. And we had a short delay. Play started at 10 past 11, 49 over contest, and immediately Derbyshire were losing wickets. Godalming was caught by Douthwaite of the bowler of Van der Gooten for 1. Lewis Rees was caught by Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper, from McIlroy for 1. Harry Kame, LBW, hardly playing sort of half and half, and he was plumb in front of Van der Gooten without scoring. And then Tom Wood, can only say, why did he play the shot? It was well wide of the off stump. He went for the cut, edged it, and Cook took a catch. And again off Van der Gooten, and he went for 18. Aaron Dahl is at the crease at the moment, and with him as guest. He is not out 6. Dahl is yet to score. The ground staff are ambling. Would that be the right description, Fletch?
Yeah, that's as slow as I've seen a set of ground staff move, really. But the covers are being dragged on by the tractor away to our left-hand side. It's all the way on the far side of the ground to where the groundsman's hut is, and there is still some rain in the air, so there'll be a little delay here. They'll have to run a rope around the outfield and all that kind of nonsense, and presumably having lost 2 overs out of the match by starting at 10 past 11, we're going to lose more overs almost immediately, I imagine. I don't know how these things work, Edward. I thought there was a bit of leeway with the 45-minute break between innings.
I don't quite know why they just took the 1 over. What is the point of 1 over?
Madness,
you know?
Absolute madness.
And also, we've had, I think, the minimum is 10 overs. This I'll have to check up to have a result.
So if we chucked it down till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, Derbyshire could come out and try to defend 32. In 10 hours. I don't think they'd stand much of a chance.
It's a good toss to win, we're trying to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But Glamorgan made the most of it. They're a couple of wickets apiece, or 3 wickets rather, for Van Hoogten, who's got 3 for 19, and McIlroy 1 for 9. As much as I'd love to waffle on, I've got an update to do in about 3 minutes, so this might be a apposite time just to go away for a short break, get a cup of tea or something. We'll be back as soon as play restarts, which I'm fairly sure it will, but at the moment the cover's just been put on and secured, with Derbyshire on 31 for 4 after 1 ball of the 11th over. Well, well, well. We're back here at the Incora County Ground, 31 for 4. Derbyshire, just to let you know that we've lost another 4 overs from the match, so it'll be 47 overs aside now. The last power play, if indeed it is a power play, will start from over 39 to 47. So the second power play over 11 to 38. I'm not entirely sure why I'm talking about overs 39 to 47. If I'm honest, Edward, because if Derbyshire get there,
I'm just wondering now, Fletch, in my head, what are the maximum for each bowler? It used to be 10. I don't.
Yeah, no,
don't ask.
some of them come down, won't they?
Anyway, what we can tell you is that the opening bowlers, McIlroy and Van der Gooten, they bowled unchanged, and why not? Because they created a bit of havoc. McIlroy 5 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Van der Gooten 5 overs, 3 for 19, and McIlroy has 5 balls left. The power play is still there, but Glamorgan have taken has taken no notice of it as McIlroy bowls and nearly plays on as the ball comes back on him. That's the advantage I was saying earlier on about the left armour. He'll bowl outside off stump, the natural ball, and then all of a sudden he'll swing it back in.
It's about the 4th time that Brooke Guest has had an inside edge.
He's flirting here with some danger, I think. Score remains 31 for 4. As McIlroy comes in, bowls wide of the off stump, and that was the width, I'm sorry to say, is what Tom Wood had a belt at, and outside the off stump, and it well taken by the wicketkeeper, but judgment there. And I mentioned earlier on, I don't know if you agree, Dave, just play properly, because wickets,
no question.
You lost your top 4 batsmen.
I'm going to defend Tom Wood in a moment, briefly.
McIlroy in, bowls, out, wicket gone, caught and bowled, trying another in swinger as he tried to drive away on the offside, and it's lobbed back to the bowler. So Guest is gone, caught and bowled. McIlroy for 6, and Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble here, 31 for 5.
Yeah, just whether it stopped on him or not. It was
slow ball.
Yeah, slower delivery, and he's gone for 6 of 20 deliveries. Brooke Guest didn't hit a boundary. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble at 31 for 5, as Edward was saying. I would just defend Tom Wood in the fact that this is his first game of the season, because he's just back from a 6-month ban, a WADA UK drug ban. He took an inhaler that he's been taking since he was 13, but didn't get the exemption certificate signed off last year by whoever it was supposed to be signed off by, including himself, so there is a certain amount of culpability, but he wasn't allowed to train, he wasn't allowed to play, obviously, nor was he allowed to play any club cricket either. He didn't play any cricket or train at all for 6 months in any cricketing way, and has only played 4, I think, club matches and a couple of twos games.
How old is he now?
Tom will be 27. He's got a contract for next season, and I know that MacArthur rates him highly, but
that's highly unfortunate.
It's tricky. It's tricky for him, and he did a very nice interview last week when we were down at Worcester, saying how difficult it had been mentally as much as anything, just to not be allowed to do anything at all for 6 months, and he's just very grateful to be back out there playing cricket. Got 74 not out, something along those lines, on Sunday down at Shifnal, but it's a slightly different bowling attack.
Yeah. Well, we do sympathise with him there, and obviously I didn't know the circumstances, but let's hope he does.
I can't find any excuses for the others, though, Edward. So just Woody at this stage.
I know. We have a new batsman, and he is taking guard.
Matty McKinnon.
Matty McKinnon coming in a little bit earlier than he might have thought he would be coming.
It was he and Dahl who put on 120 in that game down at New Road. Was 120, 130.
Yeah. That
got Derbyshire into a winning position.
They need him now, as in comes McIlroy, bowls, and he's pushed away down to 3rd man. And he'll be filled by Dan Douthwaite, who will be next on the bowling list, you would have thought, but these just keep on taking wickets, and who knows Half the side gone then for just 32 after they were inserted. And I've just had a little text from Michael Hogan, who's watching the, saying it's swinging, full stop, and doing a bit. As McIlroy bowls. Oh, and he's chipped that as Dahl down to third man. They're coming back for a second, and he'll get there. He had a dart outside the off stump. It was wide of the man at third slip. That's the end of another good over, and Derbyshire have moved on to 34 for 5. Or is that 35? It's a bit slow, is it? This,
No, 34, yeah.
34.
That one's right, yeah.
34 for 5. And much depends on these two, Dahl and McKinnon. Now, if they try and haul their team out of trouble. We've got a bit of sun coming through and settled cloud and a little bit of blue sky.
Too hot. Unsurprisingly, Tim van der Hoogten is going to continue from the race course and just warming up his right shoulder again and getting himself all stretched out after that brief delay.
With the same field that he started, even though we're in the
still
power
those three slips in place, and why not? He bowls to McKinnon, who's struck on the pad as an appeal.
That's a bit high, isn't it?
But yeah, given nod out by the umpire. What do you think to the Derbyshire kit? I quite like it. It's different. It's something a bit different.
What's that?
The pale blue Derbyshire kit.
Yeah, fine.
Very, very.
And what do you think of the Glamorgan kit?
Well, no.
I think that it's all right, both sides, really. It's some of them are quite hideous.
Just a lot of very same pale blue. Not as pale as
Duck egg
Derbyshire's,
blue.
but yeah, it's nice. I like it. McKinnon waits. That one's pushed out into the offside. If you've got to wear coloured kits, this is all right. Well, yeah, you're wearing Derbyshire colours today, Edward, which is very good of you. Nailed his colours to the mast. Edward Bevan, 34 for 5. I think I'll be swapping it for a yellow top. Well, I'm happy to say that neither of us are wearing any club-branded gear. Not sure it's appropriate for a commentary box. That's Van der Hoogten. It's past the umpire now, and that one is turned off an inside edge down to backward square leg by McKinnon, who picks up another single to move level with Anuj Dahl on 2, 35 for 5. Anybody who's thinking of coming this afternoon may have to reappraise their plans. I'm sure you'd be most welcome, but
The weather's all right, but
yeah, I think we've seen the last of the rain now. The sun is out, but it's quite pleasant out there. The umbrellas went up very quickly for that last shower. It wasn't particularly long or heavy. They didn't even run a rope around the outfield. As Van der Hoogten is in again, and this time Dahl just dabs it into the leg side. Around runs Billy Root rather, to do the fielding.
you would have thought by now that the swing that was quite productive for the opening bowlers has probably gone. But yes, you know, the oppressive morning has gone, and it's getting quite bright, sunny. And very grateful would have been Kieran Carlson to have won the toss and had a bowl.
Then your bowlers have still got to capitalise, haven't they? Which
Yes.
they have done magnificently, these two so far. That one's turned into the leg side again to Billy Root by McKinnon this time. Derbyshire remained 36 for 5.
And Glamorgan, if you've just tuned in, have retained the same side that had a comfortable win against Wales National Counties last Sunday. Even though Michael Hogan is notably absent, a much stronger batting side than last year.
In goes Van der Hoogten again and bowls, and McKinnon just covers up, pushes it back towards the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow-through. That's the end of 12 of the 47 overs aside we're now playing here at the County Ground in Derbyshire. 36 for 5. I was just double checking on that stand between McKinnon and Dahl. I know it was red ball cricket, but they batted together for a long time down at New Road in Worcester. They put on 140 for the 7th wicket. That was pretty much the partnership that put Derbyshire into a position to win the game down there, having at various stages looked like they were going to lose it. 92 for 5 in the second innings as well.
McIlroy starts another over, and it's just pushed back down the pitch by Dahl. He is not out 3, McKenna is not out 2. What Derbyshire need now is a hefty partnership. Because you never know, perhaps the pitch is doing a little bit for the bowlers, and it might favour Derbyshire's attack. And in turns from that far end, the city end, I think we call it, and bowls, and that's nudged away. They think of a run, but decide not to quite rightly. Is it the city end or
Very
the
much
racecourse
yeah.
end, if I remember?
We're at the racecourse end, Edward, yeah, the city end at the far end of the ground.
I've now commentated over the years on every position. I mean, behind the bowler's arm one end, behind the bowler's arm the other end, square leg, and extra cover. His run is aborted.
Just added a third slip there. He came racing in, and Chris Cook held his arms aloft very sportingly, as if to say, hang on a minute, we're moving the field here. Could have sneaked up on Dahl.
Here's the next ball. Dahl gets right forward, smothers any chance of movement, pushes it back down to the pitch. Yes, a much changed ground here. Derby really is a splendid ground now. Being a little selfish, probably I would say the best press area that you could wish for in the counties.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all. Our facilities are superb, yeah.
In comes the next ball. Dahl watches it go through to Chris Cook. Is he not a little bit low at 6 coming in after the success he's had?
Well, last season they tried him at 3, and he had 4 failures, I think. He dropped down to 7 and never really recovered and was out of the side. It was only towards the end of last season that he came back into the team. I just think they're loath to move him. He's having so much success down there.
In comes the next ball. That's a little lovely looking shot, and it's parried there by Carlson. Does good shot. Lovely bit of cricket that. He leant into that, and I thought he was going to go 4, and then Carlson, who's the best fielder in the side, along with Billy Root, is wringing his hands, and I'm not surprised.
Well, hit it well, didn't it? But he's having the season of his life. I think he's got 725 runs in the championship.
Keenan waits. As, in comes the next ball. And that's dabbed away in the offside again. It's straight to Carlson. That's the end of the over. I've seen Joe Cook winding. He will be, or Douthwaite, or one or the other at either end. One would have thought now, but let's have a look. Tim Glandergoten doesn't give Carlson a chance as he's ripped his cap off and he's trotting up to have a bowl, as if to say, you're not taking me off now, because
still doing a bit.
My figures are, I may tell you, 3 for 21 from 6.
Yes. Good luck getting the ball out of his hands. They are back on at York, where Yorkshire are 67 without loss. That game reduced to 46 overs aside against Northamptonshire. Van der Hookden from the racecourse end, balls wide of the off stump to Dahl, and allows it to go through to the keeper. Worcestershire are recovering. They're 114 for 4 now. In the 23rd over against Kent at Worcester. No play yet at Sedbergh between Lancashire and Essex, which is not a major surprise to me.
It's a beautiful setting, isn't it? I'd like to go up there.
They're going to inspect at 1:30, so still an hour away from inspection. I imagine if they had the rain that we had this morning up in the northwest, it will be very damp indeed. As Van der Hookden is in again, and Dahl off the back foot plays it straight into the ground, probably ricochets off his boot, and dribbles just about off the cut strip on the offside.
Clouds are parting here, and there's blue sky coming up everywhere. So I think it's rather settled now for the rest of this first round of matches, especially here. I've been here many times, Fletch, and as rain stopped play in the surrounding areas, Edgbaston and Leicester, we've played all day. It seems to be hidden away. There must be some geographical point to that.
And the Hookden bowls to Dahl, goes back into the crease, pushes it out up towards Carlson at mid-off. And there's no rumble. They say it follows the river, the Derwent, and I think rivers can affect whether you get.
I thought it was mountains is the worst, especially where I live.
Not that many mountains. There are mountains to the north, but yeah. Well, I don't think,
Would you say
Derby's
North
mountains.
Midlands. I know there's not such a thing as there's East and West, but I suppose you're a little bit North Midlands, off 20 odd
Yes.
miles from Sheffield.
Yeah, no, it's not far. Yeah, we're not far from Yorkshire. Far enough, though. This one is driven aerially out into the offside by Anders Dahl. It might just make it to the boundary. The Carlson is giving chase, but he's given up now as the ball just about
Lovely
had
shot.
the energy to get to the rope. And Anders Dahl gets his first boundary double as his score moves on to 8 and Derbyshire up to 41 for 5. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, certainly Chesterfield, which is no more than 10 or 12 miles south of Sheffield, I don't think, in the north of the county, it's pretty much the north, really.
We stayed at Chesterfield when we played at Sheffield.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten is, well, he tries to cut that one away, does Anders Dahl, and he cuts it straight to the fielder. Can I just leave you with the commentary for a moment, Edward, while I update listeners to
Certainly.
Radio Derby? Thank you very much.
Well, thought that you would think that Van der Hoogten might have a rest. He's this is his 7th over, and he'll probably be kept until the end. As he turns, and this will be coming towards the end of his over. As Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls short, cut away, but straight to gully. Missed out there, 2 short balls. End of the over, and the home team Derbyshire now 41 for 5, and we have had 14 overs, and this is down to a 47 over contest between these two sides. And we are going to see Joe Cook, medium pace. He is going to bowl from the city end. Twice last week he started, was given the ball to start, got a wicket with his first ball, got a wicket with his second ball, caught Cook C, bowled Cook J. And this is Cook J, who's going to have a ball. 1 slip has been discarded as he comes in and bowls the first ball, and that's clipped away nicely on the onside by McKernan, and they're going to get 4 more runs. That was beautifully timed, because these boundaries is as big as you'll get on any county ground square. And that is a lovely bit of time from McKernan, and he moves into on to 6, and the score now is moving on. And the two came together on 31, and it's now gone to 45. 45 for 5 then, Derbyshire, as Cook comes in and bowls. And that's down the leg side. Brilliant take there, diving away Chris Cook as that ball sailed down the leg side, and is called a wide by umpire Nigel Long. Conditions getting better for batting, you would have thought, with the sun trying his best to come through, and also the ball. Remember, they get a ball at each end, beginning to not give so much assistance as it did early on, as Joe Cook comes in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Pushed gently away up to mid-on, and there is no run. David Lloyd and Sam Northeast, the opening batsman, there at slip. Kiernan is at point. Billy Root is at extra cover, an arc of 3, and the captain, Carlson, is at mid-off on the offside, saving 1. As Cook bowls, just back of a length, again it's driven up to mid-on, straight at the fielder, and there's no run.
Nice to come on as your first change bowler with the opposition 5 down in
Not
a 1
bad, is
ball
it?
game. Yeah, no, that would help your help you ease your way into matters.
See David Lloyd having a twirl, because with a bit of swing, he is a good exponent of swing. As Cook comes in, bowls, and that's not really timed. Again, it goes up to mid-on, but he was aiming to extra cover. I might have just come in, and came in off the pitch as going away. Fierce wind out there, but it's a warm wind, if you know what I mean.
No, it is, isn't it? It's like being abroad, Edward.
Not quite.
Well, you are abroad, of course.
Yes, cross
Yeah.
into I don't know how many counties in the way up. In comes the next ball, and again, for the 4th successive delivery, he has found mid-on, trying to drive through the offside. So Cook just a boundary off that first ball. And this will be his last ball of his first over. The score remains 46 for 5.
It's only fitting that the holders of the competition should have two proud Welshmen commentating on them at some point in this opening game.
Well, it's just nice to be here. And the next ball is pushed away. It gives you a break, you hard-working man.
Hard work. Don't tell anybody that. They'll start believing you. Nick's going to come in and join you, Edward.
Yes, senior professional coming in to join the amateur here. And it's 46 for 5. And yes, David Lloyd is going to come in. I thought I saw him having a twirl, and his swing might work here. Good afternoon, Nick. I was going to say good morning.
Afternoon, Edward. Yeah, Morgan
Very good start.
with a foot on the throat, but Derbyshire struggling to escape. Have they got the resources to do so? David Lloyd, the fourth seamer. Dan Douthwaite is also available to bowl seam, and Andrew Salter to bowl spin if required. But they might go seam heavy today, Glamorgan, in these conditions, as Lloyd is in to bowl to Dal, who gets an inside edge down towards backward square, and they'll run hard and come back for a second run, 48 for 5. As Dal looked a little bit of difficulty there. But this pitch is just offering enough to the bowlers, isn't it, Edward?
Certainly has. It's swing, I think, more than anything, because I've just been saying to Dave, the oppressive conditions and the wind helping will swing as well.
Lloyd bowls again. That's outside off stump, cut away, half stopped by Salter, but I don't think that's going to prevent it from going for 4, or is it? Yes, it's just picked up inside the point boundary, away to our left on the pavilion side of the ground, with a long run from McIlroy.
Beautiful throw.
And they've come back for 3 runs. Yeah. Dahl moves on to 13 off 17 deliveries. 51 for 5. Derbyshire's half century coming up in the 16th over. Lloyd into bowl. That's forced out into the offside. This time it is a superb stop by Salter at full stretch. He really is a fine fielder in that area of the ground. Tested twice in 2 balls. The first one was hit too hard even for him.
The specialist position in any sort of cricket, and Salter's made that his own now after the retirement of Tony Cotty many years ago, and then Dean Koska for Glamorgan.
As Lloyd is into bowl, that's helped away down towards backward square. That'll be 4 runs for McKiernan. He moves on to 10, 55 for 5, and maybe, just maybe, the pressure is off a little bit for Derbyshire with the opening bowlers out of the attack after 7 overs apiece.
Yes, and immediately Lloyd takes his second slip away, comes out to short mid-wicket, and then Billy Root now, who was at square leg, goes out to patrol the mid-wicket boundary.
Not the best of starts from Lloyd. Can he peg it back? This one's run down to third man by McKiernan. Single taken. So runs starting to come for Derbyshire, but they've got a long way to go to get back into this match. 47 overs aside after a slight rain delay at the start and a slight rain delay after 10.1 overs. As Lloyd is into bowl to Dahl, who cuts that one slightly aerially, but he'll get 4 runs for it. It flashed past Salter at point, just backward of him, and it's run away for 4. And it's a poor start for the club captain, David Lloyd. Not leading the side in this competition, but his first over has gone for 14 runs.
Yeah.
60 for 5.
Clearing those boundaries, one on the onside, one on the offside, and just pitching a little bit too short. That was the end of the over. Best partnership of the innings here, 60 for 5. They're clawing it back, but as Nick says, there's a long way to go, because this does look a very good batting pitch, which undoubtedly assisted the seamers at the start, but it is flattening out now, and McKiernan and Dahl doing their very best, both in double figures. McKiernan is on 11 as Cook starts a new over. Bowls clipped away nicely on the onside, but straight to deep mid-wicket. And they go through for a single. There's no deep extra cover for either bowler. It's deep mid-wicket is on the boundary, as is a third man. And I can't stretch my neck down to see if there's a fine leg.
Yes, there is.
There is. Here's the next ball. Good length ball from Cook, and played watchfully by Dahl, who had that match-winning 100 last week down at Worcester, where Derbyshire had an excellent, if at the start, an unexpected victory. And they've climbed up the table. I think they're in 4th there in the championship table when they come back. It seems next year, which is September really, as Cook comes in bowls, and that's driven up towards long mid-on. There's no run.
Yes, Derbyshire among their fixtures is a visit to Cardiff, and they'll hope to be still in the frame by the time that match is played. The third of the 4 rounds. Glamorgan the previous week travelled to Middlesex, which will also be a vital game.
Glamorgan, of course, have a game in hand on both teams to their advantage. Cook bowls, a good length ball again, which is played gently up to mid-off this time. They don't attempt a run. 61 for 5 after Kieran Carlson asked Derbyshire to bat first.
Good toss to win.
They lost Rees for 1, Godman for 1. I'll just go through those as the next ball is short, cut away and very well fielded there by Joe Root at point. That was flying away for 4. He put out a hand and stopped it. Kane was out for 0. Wood was out for 18. And Brooke Guest, last man out, caught and ball McIlroy for 6. 3 wickets to Van de Gooten, 2 to McIlroy. But they're both off now. And we've got the change bowlers on. Cook coming towards the end of his 2nd over. And he's bowling now. And Dahl goes back and he's caught.
Oh,
short ball and a good catch there. He is such a good fielder, Kieran Carlson. He hit it quite hard. Carlson, what is he? 5'8", Nick. Leapt like a salmon. And again, gets out to an ordinary delivery. And 61 for 6, the score.
And Dahl won't enjoy watching that one back on the post-match video analysis. It was a short, wide ball outside off stump, and I think he got it slightly off the bottom of the bat, really, because it didn't certainly go as hard as he'd hoped. A little partnership of 30 then for the 6th wicket. Gets Derbyshire just about heading in the right direction, but not for long enough. 17 overs gone. They're 61 for 6. That was not a great ball and not a great shot. A good catch from Carlson, jumping above his head. But awkward times for Derbyshire, without, of course, the experience of Madsen and Deploy to provide the backbone of their batting order. And they've batted in somewhat skittish manner this morning.
Yes, and I'm very doubtful if we're going to full quarter of overs, because after this, next batsman coming in, you're into 9, 10 and Jack.
Yeah, so we've got Watt, Aitchison, Connors and Potts. They're all more in the side for their bowling rather than their batting. And Derbyshire, well, at the moment, their ambition will be to try and bat out the overs and see where they get. But even that's a long way away. 30 overs still available to them, and there's not much point in.
We've only had 17.
In taking risks, is there? Number 50, I presume, is what? Though he's down in my book as 51.
We see now in the official scorecard.
It's a left-hander anyway, so it's what?
It is what, yeah. A little bit of a delay.
Big figure. Scottish international. Derbyshire announced recently an extension.
What is he? Rugby international? Look at the size of him.
He's big enough to be a rugby international, isn't he?
Well, I don't know these days. Yeah, been a little delay anyhow as we... It's only changing his boots there, short mid-wicket, might be. So that's a first wicket for Cook.
Yeah, 20 last season, really effective in this format, and I was a bit surprised that he didn't get more of a say in the T20 competition for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Played the first couple of games, batted once for a few balls, didn't bowl, and then was left out, which is somewhat strange. David Lloyd then on run away from us at the racecourse end. To bowl to the new, not the new bat, because it was the last ball of the over that claimed the wicket. So new batter Watt is leaning on his bat. With his back to us as Lloyd will bowl to McKinnon. Full length ball turned through mid-wicket for a single. And that is all they'll get, 62 for 6. As the fielder there, I believe, is Tom Bevan by a process of
yeah, I was
elimination.
Who it was. I just...
Bevan is the other man in the squad, having hit 80 for Wales against Glamorgan on Sunday. He is numberless at the moment, but we can safely say it's not Wheel or Sisodia, so we'll assume that it's Bevan. Lloyd is in, first ball to Watt, who plays that one defensively to Van der Hoogten at mid-on.
And how well did Tom Bevan play on Sunday? I think it was 5 sixes he hit, came on. He opened the batting. He's had a hugely successful season for the second team. And looking into the future, when Colin Ingram does go and join the Caribbean outfit,
Lloyd bowls outside off stump. Watt allows that one to go through.
I would go, nothing to do with me. Bevan to open with Lloyd, and then perhaps northeast down to 3. I wonder, but I think if you have that combination, that's looking far ahead, of course, and they do succeed, you could have an explosive start of the innings with Lloyd the other end.
It's a possibility. Lloyd with ball in hand at the moment, looking to come to the party for the bowlers as he's bowled him.
Yeah.
Watt trying to play defensively on off stump, but the off stump is just leaning back slightly, and big Mark Watt departs without scoring. It's 62 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online and also on the county streams, and it doesn't look as though we're going to have a full day's entertainment as things stand at the moment.
We got you in the rush hour on the way back to the M42, I'm worried about.
There's always a rush hour somewhere, Edward, if
not last night.
Drive long enough. Well, I had to come the long way up for various family reasons, so spent quite a long time on the road.
All around the south of England.
Had to come via Reading, which is not the most direct route. Anyway, 62 for 7, and well, Dave Fletcher may say otherwise, but it's difficult to see a way back for Derbyshire from here.
Yes. The ball, the bowled Watt then looked good, and he looked down. So perhaps, Nick, there's a little bit more in this pitch than we think. Every bowler, with the exception perhaps of Lloyd's first over, has been spot on, and it's certainly swung. And there's a little bit off the pitch. When I first arrived, I noticed it was a little bit greener than usual. And no doubt that had Goldman won the toss, he would also have inserted. And you had these humid conditions. Yet now, of course, you've got the tail coming in and the conditions are perfectly all right.
Yes, it still feels somewhat close in here to me. It's quite warm, isn't it? Or is it just me?
It is warm.
Aitchison in at 9 for Derbyshire then. Yes, I'm afraid Derby listeners tuning in late. It is in at 9 is correct. 62 for 7. And one large figure replacing another. Ben Aitchison, the 23-year-old right-arm seamer, faces up to David Lloyd. Gets a good ball up in the block hole, which he defends well. Back to the bowler. Dribbles down towards Van der Hoogden. So just Connors and Potts, Nick Potts, to come for the home side.
And people like McKinnon, he must be, now if another wicket does go between the devil and the deep blue, because does he attack and try and get some runs, or does he just pick up singles and stay there?
Lloyd bowls, and that one's gone through. Aitchison groping forward through to Chris Cook. A little bit of swing maybe still in the air. Derbyshire without Alex Hughes and Alex Thompson because of injury. Wayne Madsen, Laius Deploy and the bowler George Scrimshaw are away at the 100. And Shan Masood, it is hoped, will be available for Friday's game at Essex. But Pakistan with ever-changing commitments.
Yes.
So depend on that when he turns up, when you see him rocking up at the ground.
They could have done with him today.
And Pakistan and England, details of that to be announced this afternoon.
Cook starts another over, bowls, and is chopped down to fine leg. It'll be stopped just inside by Douthwaite. You'd have thought, and he might have been thinking, I am bowled, and I'm second, third and fourth change. But at the moment, there's no need for him. And I think Andrew Salter can just enjoy his fielding.
Yeah, he's had plenty of work to do in the field, but you can't really see him being used unless there's...
And in comes the field now for Aitchison. We've got the field that started the innings, basically, because there's a fine leg and a third man, and all the others are saving a single or in the slips as Cook is in. Bowls to Aitchison. Aitchison plays rather uppishly there to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The lowest total against Glamorgan by a county side in one-day cricket is 67. At Northampton in 1966, the Gillette Cup. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 73 in Cardiff last year in this comp.
Next ball ducks into Aitchison from Joe Cook. He's got a nice run up, good action, and he gets a the odd quick ball down there. Does Joe Cook, tall young man, must be about 6'3", 6'4", and relishing the fact now he looks to be busy, and relishing the fact that he is in the first team for this. And he was a star last year for Glamorgan,
absolutely,
of course. Man of the season. As Cook is over the wicket and bowls. That's typical, if you excuse me saying, number 9 shot. He groped and tried to drive outside the off stump, and through it went.
That was a bit tail-enderish, wasn't it? Falling over.
McKinnon sort of shouts. He doesn't come down to talk, as if to say, watch it.
Nearly gave away details of the test squad, but that'll be announced at 2 o'clock. So we'll give it to you after 2.
63 for 7, and this is defended on the line of leg stump by the batsman. Trickles up to mid-on.
I was getting my ECB announcements mixed up. The dates in Pakistan have been officially announced.
Going out?
If selected. 7 T20 internationals between the 20th September and the 2nd of October.
As Cook comes in, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot. It does beat Carlson this time. But they're going to come back for a second, and they'll get there quite easily at the end. Keenan has to sharpen his run and gets there. That is the end of the over. And Derbyshire, who were put into bat this morning, have struggled throughout their innings. They reached 65 for 7. And McKinnon is 14, just the third batsman to get into double figures. Tom Wood is the top scorer on 18. It looks a very sad scorecard. 1-1 not, 18-17, 6 not, and now 14 not out and 2 not out.
So David Lloyd, wicket in his last over when he yorked Mark Watt. Lloyd is into ball, and McKinnon dabbles at that one outside off
For a
stump
moment, I
and
thought he
misses.
nicked that.
So England play 7 T20 internationals between 20th September and 2nd of October in Karachi and Lahore. It's England's first visit to Pakistan in 17 years, and they will go back to Pakistan after the T20 World Cup in Australia to play other formats. Lloyd bowls, a wristy little flick on the leg side by McKinnon, fielded by substitute Bevan, running round from mid-wicket.
There,
take.
then, Matt, Nick,
Sorry?
17 years ago, I did the
Oh, right.
for 5 Live doing the because they didn't have the rights to do full commentary, and it was played in the dark. Now I think that was the series. Nasser Hussain was captain, and Graham Thorpe was got the winning runs. It's extraordinary.
Pakistan with a fairly full home international schedule, which is good to see that the security situation has improved there enough to allow that.
It is.
66 for 7. Derbyshire need an improvement in their situation. PDQ as Lloyd is in to bowl to Aitchison, who plays that one defensively up towards mid-off, no run. So there are 3 tests between Pakistan and England in December, that following their trip to Australia. And presumably it'll be mostly different players.
You better back up a bit.
Yes. Lloyd is in, bowls. Oh, that's clipped out towards square leg. That might just go all the way. No, a couple of bounces and over the ropes. Big shot from Ben Aitchison, taking advantage of a half volley from Lloyd. Laid into it and sent the ball soaring away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. 70 for 7.
Beautifully timed by Aitchison, wasn't it? And as I've remarked before this season, these bats are so good, are so heavy. You just got to clip them and they race away, especially as the summer we've had where the grounds are so hard.
Aren't they just? Aitchison on to 6 with that boundary. Lloyd is in again to bowl to him, and he wafts outside off stump, and it goes through to Chris Cook. Well, Glamorgan would do well to keep those 2 slips in place, I think, for Aitchison, because although he timed that one very nicely over mid-wicket, he's played a couple of very tail-endrish wafts outside off stump.
McKinnon again goes down with a little word with his partner.
Lloyd in again to Aitchison, who is beaten again
Fishing
by that
again.
one. Went fairly low through outside off stump. Derbyshire not exactly enjoying this competition last season. Didn't have a very successful time.
Yeah, Lloyd has been quite expensive, hasn't he? 3 overs, 1 for 20
Well, his first one went for 14, so
yeah,
it's pulled it back
on that boundary.
a bit since then. Derbyshire last season, well, Wood and Guest were regulars, Kane, McKinnon were regulars. Aitchison played in 6 out of the 7 games that were possible.
And here is Cook, and he's coming up and bowls to McKinnon, who gets 4 runs through where first slip has been all morning. He's been taken out, and it's gone straight past where first slip would have been, and it's gone for a very welcome boundary for the home team. McKinnon moves on to 19, 74 for 7.
Yes, looking down the list of Derbyshire players, Aitchison played in 6 out of the 7. Dahl played in all 7, but made really no impact.
Joe Cook from the city end comes in towards us, and it's defended, stands tall as the batsman pushes it back down the pitch.
And I was surprised to see that my attention was drawn to it on Twitter that Glamorgan are only 6th favourite for this competition. Thought they might have been a bit higher up, given
6.
6th south of the 18.
Oh, might have a
Give it
little
the
visit
11s.
some people down to the bookmakers. Not after today, though.
Joe.
This ball is driven out into the offside and is fielded by the substitute, Tom Bevan. Have we worked out who he's on for, Nick? I think,
That's a good question.
where's the captain? Talking to this bowler, so he's there. Van der Gooten, I hope, is on the field after his been out of the side for so long. But Cook is in, bowls. Oh, good delivery, left the batsman, went through to the keeper. Let's have a pick out.
Van der Hoogten is down at fine leg at the moment. I can confirm that's a position that Edward can't see because of our relative positions in the box.
Billy Root. There's a deep extra. Cook is in, bowls. Andrew Salter possibly, as this is tucked away round the corner. Oh, they should have taken the second there. They decide not to as the return comes in.
No, that's Salter out on the boundary for once. Deep square.
Let's have a look. Douthwaite is down here, I think. Turn your back down. No, it is Douthwaite.
Yep, Douthwaite's the third man.
Yes, it is. This is infuriating, isn't it?
Northeast is there.
We'll have to eliminate somebody as Cook bowls. Nice looking shot, clears mid on. That'll run away, possibly for 4. Yes, nicely timed off the last ball of the over. And okay, let's have a good look. Colin Ingram, possibly.
Well, who's keeping wicket? Is that Ingram or is that Cook wearing an Ingram shirt?
It looks like Cook.
he's got an Ingram shirt on.
They're confusing us.
Douthwaite's winding to come on. There was a...
Is that a Cook walk or is it an Ingram walk? You must excuse us, and we're not trying to excuse ourselves. It's a long way away. Where was Chris Cook fielding?
Perhaps he got a bang taking one of those catches. David Lloyd to start a new over, bowls, and that's run down into the point area, and there's no run. The hour is upon us, nearly of 1 o'clock, when I've got to report to BBC Radio Wales, so word from Edward, and he'll be joined by Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, we have a lull in play a couple of overs ago, and somebody was on the floor changing his boots. So possibly, and we were busily talking here, let's have a good study now. As in comes David Lloyd and bowls, and this is defended by McKinnon. He's on 20. He's the top scorer in the innings, and the home side 79 for 7. As Dave Fletcher returns to action. We're trying to find out.
Not for long, Edward.
Oh.
No, I've got to do an update for 1 o'clock. But
I'm trying to think. I think Ingram is keeping wicket.
Yes.
David Lloyd is in and bowls to McKinnon, who plays it nicely on the onside, equally well stopped by Tom Bevan, the substitute fielder.
So that is Tom Bevan, is it?
Yeah, fielding at short mid-wicket.
Do you think they might have swapped during one of the breaks? They could have done it then. They could have done
Somebody
it
was
then.
changing his boots, and Nick and I were talking away, and perhaps that was it. And I think it was Cook who took the catch, that brilliant catch.
Yeah, he's hurt himself in taking the catch. Or...
Yeah, I'll try and find out later. Next shot by McKinney, tries to dab it away. There are no slips now. As Dan Douthwaite in front of us is just winding. It's been a good bowling performance by Glamorgan. Settled for 79 for 7 with how many overs we got left? 26 overs and 2 balls. David Lloyd, medium pace, runs away from us at the racecourse end, and this is nicely driven out towards deep extra cover. It'll be just a single as Salter's very quickly onto that. What if we see a bit of spin from Salter?
Douthwaite was warming up, wasn't he? Or looked like he was
He's
stretching. But
showing Carlson, I'm a bowler, you know, and I'm normally coming on second or third change. What's going on here?
loads of wickets, not many wickets left to take.
Yeah. Well, McKinnon holding the force and Aitchison. He's moved on to 10 and he's facing now. As in comes Lloyd, bowls. That's a nice clip, and is it going to be caught? It is on the fine leg boundary. It was, yes, I sympathise with that. It was a half volley on leg snap, clipped away hard and high in most grounds. Has to be said, that would have been 6, but it was comfortably taken. I think the fielder was Cook on that fine leg boundary. And again, another wicket falls just when Derbyshire were trying to get back into it. 80 for 8, I'm afraid, the score for the home side.
Yes, this is not going well at all from a Derbyshire perspective. Clearly, with just Sam Connors and Nick Potts to come.
So Aitchison, that's a good shot, wasn't it?
It wasn't a bad shot at all, but you're absolutely right.
Long boundary.
Joe Cook down there.
I think it was,
Yeah.
but let me confirmed.
Down at long leg. And David Lloyd takes another wicket. He's now got 2 for 21 from his 4 overs.
I can confirm it's Colin Ingram keeping wicket.
Right.
So
I just need to nip off a moment.
So it's been a very good day that Glamorgan's bowlers have performed admirably on a pitch that certainly has been given them some assistance, some indifferent batting from the home side, and it's 80 for 8, and they've only been batting for 22 overs, as it'll be up to these last 3 batsmen, or last 4, to try and do something and get it into, I don't know, mid-hundreds, 140, 150. Sam Connors is the new batsman at number 10, and he will be facing the bowling of Joe Cook, with Lloyd taking a wicket with his last ball of the over. 4 overs, 2 for 21. All the bowlers have done their bit, and every one of them have got a wicket. McKinnon to face, he's on 21, and it'll be Joe Cook from the city end to bowl. No slips in attendance, as in he comes and bowls the first ball, last driven straight at extra cover, where Tom Bevan, the substitute fielder, fields. We'll try and find out what's happened to Cook. He did take a brilliant Cook catch earlier on to get rid of Wood, falling backwards and in front of first slip. But he might have just injured himself as Cook comes in past umpire Nigel Long and bowls. This is driven straight to mid-on, and there's no run. And it's done Douthwaite, who has taken over from Cook. Bowls his second ball there, so he's come on to bowl. We would have expected him to come on to bowl first change, second change, but an all-seam attack here from Glamorgan on this quickish pitch. As Douthwaite bowls, and that's clipped away nicely on the leg side. There'll be a couple here as is fielded by Salter. In comes a return, and a very good return it was, taken by Ingram, who's relishing the role of keeping wicket, because hasn't done. I've seen him once or twice field, but keep wicket, but not recently. 82 for 8 as Dan Douthwaite from that city end comes in and bowls. Again, that's missed time by McKinnon. He's on 23. Just saying earlier on, I know your thoughts on David McKinnon. Just a little bit. What do I do? Do I get runs?
Yes.
Or
it's a tricky one, isn't it? He knows that the
end 30 not out, and I haven't played an attacking shot.
Yeah.
I always feel, well, go try and get some runs. You know.
If they get beyond 100, it would be something, wouldn't it? From here, I suppose. Not much.
Douthwaite medium pace down the leg side. That's exaggerated. Not an appeal, but he seemed a bit excited there. Anywhere near the leg stump, because Ingram took it well down the leg side. So another single, 83 for 8.
Lowest Derbyshire total against Glamorgan in the List A game, and it was a 40 overs aside. Well, it was 39 overs aside at Ebervale in 1969. They made 96.
Oh, stifled appeal, but that again was going down the leg side from as the wind comes up. We are pretty high up there, but to see the sweaters or the shirts, the flannels of the players in the wind.
Mike Hendricks' List A debut that game.
Was it Hendo? Bless him.
Yeah.
He'd have relished bowling in these conditions.
Wouldn't it just? Red ball back in those days as well, wasn't it?
Yep. In comes Douthwaite and bowls. It's a better delivery. Play defensively to Bevan on the offside. That's the end of the over. And the wicket takers, McIlroy has taken 2 for 13. Van der Gooten 3 for 25. Cook 1 for 18. Lloyd 2 for 21. So all the bowlers have taken wickets and done their job.
Yeah, no question about it. There have been some strange old shots. Mark Watt's shot looked like a perfect forward defensive from the other end of the media centre. The only problem was that the ball went past the edge of the bat and crashed into his off stump.
Yeah.
No, so perfect in every respect other than hitting it.
Played down the Bakerloo line and was bowled down the Piccadilly line.
Very much picked the wrong line there. So it'll be Sam Connors, who's yet to face a ball, in fact, as David Lloyd continues from the racecourse end, and Sam Connors gets one wide of the off stump. I'm trying to work out what they were appealing for. Can't, because it was a long way wide. He didn't get anywhere near it with his bat.
Kieran is going to end up as top scorer in this innings.
Yeah. Well, unless Connors does something remarkable, which with the greatest of respect to Sam is unlikely. And Nick Potts as well. In goes Lloyd again and bowls. That was driven very pleasantly by Sam Connors out into the offside. There's no run.
Yes, the name of Potts, and I can confirm it's not Matthew Potts, the Durham seamer, who's in the England side for a long time by the looks of it. He's not on loan or anything. It's,
certainly not. No, Nick's a good little player.
Nick Potts with his number 11.
Just a youngster from the academy. Next delivery, Connors just guides out towards point. His high score in it's only his 4th List A game. Sam Connors, he's got a high score of 4 and has only scored 4 runs. An average of 4. Why wouldn't it be? Matty McKinnon's high score in List A cricket is 38. This is only his 8th game. They're not a massively experienced side lower down Derbyshire. That one scuttles along the floor.
Just a cruel text from one of my daughters. You may be home for dinner tonight.
Well, you may. Is it nice tonight? Have we got the menu yet?
No, I have no idea. It'll probably be on the motorway. I mean, a ham roll and a packet of crisps. That's my general feed. I know about you. When you return, you're going to be home rather late.
I hate stopping on the motorway.
You don't want to, do you? You want to crack on.
Get on. Yeah, Lloyd bowls. Connors defends up towards mid-off. There's no room. I did Taunton to Durham in one go the other Sunday after that quarter-final in the T20. 5.5 hours. Job done.
My best journey was back in the days when they started a championship match on a Saturday and then you had to go somewhere else. Drove to Middlesbrough on the Friday night, which wasn't very pleasant.
Never is. Lloyd bowls. That's played out into the offside by Connors.
At the end of the first day, had to go down to Trent Bridge, play the Sunday League match against Notts, get back in the car to go back for the start of the second day. This is on Sunday night. And then it's a 3-day match then. And then had to drive home on the Tuesday. But my mileage into something like 495.
Oh, yeah.
It's, they were strange days. The best of the lot was playing Somerset at Swansea, Sunday League match, Taunton.
Of course it was.
Yes, Dan Douthwaite to start his second over, and he is bowling to McKinnon, bowls to it, he chops it down to third man, and it's fielded on the third man boundary by Tim van der Gooten. And he'll be happy with his relatively comeback game, because he did play last Saturday. He pulled a hamstring, it must be about 8 weeks ago. Played at Durham and hobbled off after a few overs to come back.
Get those right.
We're watching Douthwaite from the city end. Comes in this time to bowl to Connors. Connors chips it in the air and will get a single. Clipping it away. We've seen those shots quite a few times from the batsman. One fatally ending in a catch on the boundary. But McKinnon is still there. The hope springs eternal.
Well, he's got a century this season in the championship. Shouldn't even have been batting.
Here comes Douthwaite over the wicket. That's pulled. Lovely looking shot. That'll run away for 4. Swivel back did McKinnon and pulled it away. And he is trying to hold this innings together. He went on to 25 and the score goes up to 85 for 8. Lot more runs. I was telling Nick, if you say 140, 150, you never know.
Something, isn't it?
It's something to bowl at.
Yeah, something. Unlikely, but you're right. It just gives them a little bit of something or other to bowl at. Yeah, he was playing at Grace Road, and Leas Deploy had his pads on for ages and ages, and he had in the previous game as well. And Mickey Arthur said to him, "Oh, it's nearly tea. Take your pads off." As soon as he took his pads off, wicket fell.
Wicket. Here's the next ball. That's driven firmly, but it's parried away to mid-off, and there is no run.
So McKinnon went in and got his maiden first-class century.
Is that so? Well, he looked very useful down. I was watching on the stream, and at Worcester, and helped Al put on that big stand.
Yeah, he can hold a bat, the boy. Definitely hold a bat.
He bowls little leggies, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether he bowled today on this pitch, but it is helping the seamers. Douthwaite in, bowled, short, cut away by McKinnon, down to third man. Just the single as Van de Gooten returns. The score mounts to 90 for the loss of 8 wickets after the home side were put into bat. A little bit more cloud away to our right.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any more rain. I can't see any in the forecast. I think we'll be okay. It's definitely very windy now, though.
Corners to face. In comes Douthwaite again and bowls. Bouncer over the head of the batsman. That is the end of the over. And Derbyshire 90 for 8. McKinnon trying to hold this innings together. He's 29 not out, and Sam Connors is not out 1.
Yeah, no, there is no more rain in the forecast. So if we do get hit by something, it's a bit of a rogue shower or something along those lines. Van der Hoogten, is he coming back? No, yes, he is.
Now, I can't tell you how many overs are left, because with 47 overs, the restrictions I'm talking about now.
Yeah, no, I can tell you that.
Oh, I've been doing some homework.
No, somebody told me. 11 to 38, the second power play, then 39 to 47, the last.
So how many
power
overs?
play. So, we've only had 25, 22 to go.
No.
Then in and bowls, that's
Oh,
edged it down to a very fine third man. Possibly deliberately,
I think it
possibly
was.
not. Do you think so? Yeah, by McKinnon, it goes on a 33.
I'm thinking of the quarter per bowler.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
no, I couldn't tell you that.
10
no,
and overs.
No.
That's a bit too.
Yeah, no. Somebody will be allowed 10, though. At least a couple will be allowed 10, because we're only down to 47, aren't we?
I would suspect the 2 opening bowlers.
Yeah.
We might still see a little bit of twirl from Andrew Salter.
33 to McKinnon now. Just defends this one back at a square on the offside. There's no run.
Nick, I wonder if he's going to have
He dropped off.
find out to see how Cook is. That's a little bit worrying. He's a main batsman. Comes in the enforcer, the finisher, number 6. Whether they lead enforcing, we'll wait to see.
Just going to suggest that he may not be required today, but you never know. You never know. Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that one is defended again out into the offside by Matty McKinnon. Strange things happen in this game, Edward. You'll have seen more strange things than most of us.
Tell me about
in this
it.
Press box, I would have thought, but
I've seen strange things at Leicester this year and at Worcester.
Yeah.
Where Glamorgan really were in no contention and came out of nothing to win both games, which has propelled them up to second with a game in hand on the other sides.
McKinnon waits and just goes back into his crease, pushes this one up to Kieran Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run. England in a spot of bother in the Commonwealth Games at Edgbaston. They were restricted to 167 for 5, beg your pardon, against South Africa, who are now 76 for 1 after 11. 92 off 54 South Africa required. Australia already qualified. There's Ingos van der Hoogten again. That's an edge. That is a genuine edge down to third man. It just evaded the diving Colin Ingram, moving away to his right-hand side. Perhaps.
Cook would have.
Yes, Cook would have taken that one, but Ingram, standing wicketkeeper, couldn't quite get a paw on that, and it races away. And McKinnon moves up to 37, one away from his highest score in this day cricket.
I'll just wait for this one ball, and then Nick is back.
He looks eager.
Always
Actually,
is.
no, he looks the same as normal, to be fair, but Van der Hoogten again. In and bowls to McKinnon, who goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the covers, and there is no run. End of the over. 98 for 8, Derbyshire. McKinnon on 37, Sam Connors on 1.
Yeah, interesting passage of play, and now make way for Dave and Nick.
Thank you very much, Edward. We'll have Nick Webb returning alongside. Who knows how long it will take for Glamorgan to get these last 2 wickets. Presumably if they get them too early, we'll just crack straight on. I don't know what the cut-off there is either.
Oh, it depends if the lunch is ready, really. Ask the catering staff.
Barbecue chicken, I'm told.
Dowthwaite in then to bowl, and driven by Connors up to mid-on, and there's no run. I've been doing intense journalistic research.
And have found?
Chris Cook is a problem in the calf area, withdrawn as a precaution, but coaching staff always say that.
Yes. I'm just pleased that it wasn't anything to do with his hand or anything like that with that spectacular catch that he took. It, might have damaged a finger or something, but...
Dowthwaite in to bowl to Connors, who cuts but doesn't really time it, and it's fielded by Root at backward point, and there's no run.
Left you vodka here.
Does look like a vodka bottle, doesn't it? The branding looks like very like
I thought
a bottle of vodka.
When I first saw it. I thought, no, he's got his problems back again. Oh, no.
No, I do like a drop of vodka, but I never get around to drinking it. It's strange. Dowthwaite pounds in towards us, bowls, and that's mishooked down towards backward square quite safely. The umpire might have caught it, but no fielder near enough to do so. Salter is fielding out at deep square leg. I wonder if he's got a bruised finger or two from one of those ferocious shots that went through the area of point. There was one that was hit very hard, and he appeared just to get a hand to. So maybe he's out of the firing line as well, as David Lloyd is in Salter's usual gully position. 99 for 8, Derbyshire, as Dowthwaite bowls, and McKinnon on the back foot defends out into the covers. Bevan fields, and there is no run. So I think Cook must have gone at one of the departures of when a wicket fell, because there wasn't a break specifically for it, and he was back on the field to take a... Or was it, or did he go off after that rain break? Just looking at the fall of wickets as that's turned away for a single. Derbyshire 100 up. McKinnon has 38 of them.
He took 2 catches before the rain break. At,
yes,
so
just looking.
For 4.
Yeah.
Then there was a rain break, and he hasn't, or the wicketkeeper,
so just
hasn't taken a catch since. So
I was just wondering if he might have departed in that rain break, and we didn't notice immediately. Certainly, it wasn't a break in play as itself, and
substitution board up or something.
Ingram has got Cook's yellow gloves on. I thought for a moment maybe just Cook had nicked Ingram's sweater, as that's outside off stump, and played away nicely by Connors down towards backward point. There'll be a couple of runs at least. A sliding stop from Billy Root on the boundary, and Derbyshire progress ever onwards to 102 for 8. There is a small knot of Welsh spectators, a gaggle, a minivan full. I don't think they all came in the same minivan, but there's a small group of Welsh spectators down to our right with the Glamorgan Travellers flags out, and there was earlier, I'm not sure if it's still there and hidden from us, so a Welsh flag in the corner of the demolition stand away to our right.
can see a couple of yellow shirts, one just coming down the steps to the right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
and there's one on the left-hand side of the permanent temporary stand as well, most of the way up towards the back. So some yellow shirts knocking about. As Van der Hoogten begins his 9th over, 3 for 33 his figures, and that one goes down the leg side. It's not actually touched anything on the way through that. I think that's a bit harsh. 103 for 8 as the wide is signalled.
There's the token appeal to suggest to the umpire that it flicked something on the
Must have
way
hit
through,
something.
but they were a bit too late and not
Yeah.
convincing enough.
I know, but it's just the complete lack of leeway down the leg side's always irritated me. But
Yeah, absolutely. Van der Hoogten is in. And ball's outside off stump, and McKiernan defends. No run. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dave.
it's mad, really.
Yeah, you're
The bowlers,
absolutely
have got,
right.
the bowlers have got nothing. Because if the ball one too short, then it's a no ball instead of a wide, which clearly it isn't. It's a wide.
I mean, a ball down the leg side for a professional batsman ought to be a free hit, really.
Yeah, no question about it. But these are professional batsmen, but they're quite low down the order at the moment. 103 for 8. Van der Hoogten bowls. That's carved away for 4
Shot.
runs by Matty McKiernan down a backward point. Was a good shot. He moves on to 42 now. Both of these men out in the middle for Derbyshire with their highest scores in List A cricket. McKiernan to 42 off 51. Sam Connors has 4 not out. 4 was his highest score previously, and it's only his 4th game. McKiernan's 8th. The partnership up to 27 off 32, which will be irritating the Glamorgan fielders, no doubt. As Van der Hoogten is in again, and this one played off the back foot, quite high up on the bat, actually, as it goes up to Kieran Carlson, and there's no run.
Yes, I mean, it's a slight gamble, I suppose, to bowl Van der Hoogten out, but it's a very understandable one with 8 wickets down.
Well, it's a perfect opportunity, really,
Yes,
isn't
knock
it?
him
Because
over, get your opening
either-
bowler back, and give
either-
yourself the maximum chance now.
Either knock them over, or now he's got another 10 overs under his belt. You'll be playing again Friday, Thursday? Thursday you're playing, so we're down at Chelmsford on Friday.
Morgan home to Kent on Thursday.
So he's got some overs under his belt and his comeback, which is exactly what they would have wanted. He's in again now, and that one's a big swing and a miss from Matty McKiernan. Ball goes through to Colin Ingram, who's got the gloves on. And Derbyshire comfortably avoided their lowest score against Glamorgan in List A cricket now. That was a 39 overs a side, 40 over match at Ebbw Vale in 1969 when they made 96.
I suppose this 47 overs a side 50 over match.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I'd forgotten the delights. We're going to have a DLS adjustment probably, aren't we?
I think we probably are. This next one is pushed up into the offside by Matty McKiernan. It'll be slightly higher. Will it be slightly higher? Or will it be slightly, I've never really understood Duckworth Lewis Stern, if I'm honest. It'll either be higher or lower, but it won't be the same, will it? It won't be the actual target that Derbyshire set.
I would have thought it might be maybe 1 or 2 runs higher.
Yeah, it won't be much though, will it? It won't be much.
Might not be anything at all if they get bowled out.
Should be lower. 107, can't be much lower. 107 for 8. Cloud starting to fill in again as Van der Hoogten bowls, and he plays that shot McKiernan with both feet off the ground down to wide third man. Moves on to 43. 108 for 8.
Glamorgan's next opponents, Kent, are not doing too well in the field. Worcestershire 233 for 5 with 11 overs left. Kashif Ali, the recruit from the South Asian Cricket Academy, is 114 not out.
He did okay. That was his. I think that when they played Derbyshire, that was his first game.
Mm-hmm.
It looked okay. Oh, they're going off because it's raining.
And
I thought it was filling in.
I was about to say that Derbyshire's next opponents, Essex, haven't taken the field yet because their match against Lancashire at Sedbergh School. There's inspection in a few minutes' time of conditions there. They haven't played yet. So we went off after 10.1 overs. We're off again after 28 overs, and this looks slightly more significant rain.
It does, doesn't it? It looks more concerning.
But it's not forecast to last, I don't think, unless the...
Well, it wasn't even in my forecast, so I've no idea how long it's going to last.
Let's see what the Met Office is telling us. They're telling us that there's a 10% chance of precipitation this afternoon at any given time, but, well, that 10% has come to pass, at least for the time being. There's a little bit of driving drizzle. I think it's slightly heavier than it was during the first break. 108 for 8 after 28 overs.
And again, the ground staff don't look massively concerned, do they? They're making their way slowly onto the field. The covers are just about they've just about reached the covers, which are on the opposite side of the ground to the groundsman's hut. So it's going to be at least 10 minutes, I would have thought, before we get back out there. The Glamorgan players are so nonplussed by the rain that they're just standing, a couple of them on the outfield having a drink, just beyond the boundary's edge.
Well, yes, they want to give the impression to the umpires that it's nothing to worry about, don't they? So
absolutely. Absolutely.
Tractor drags the covers up towards the middle. Kieran Carlson was getting quite worried pre-match when we had that shout. Shouldn't we get them on? Shouldn't we get them on? He's trying to get in the ears of the umpires, and indeed they duly did come on. And the 4 covers are brought on, and then they have to be attached together by sheeting.
Well, we can't all afford a hopper. Have you got a hopper cover down at Cardiff now? Have you got one?
We have got a hopper cover, being a sort of test match ground. Certainly an international cricket ground occasionally, one day this year.
Well, they don't have one at Headingley, do they? I've got an update to do. Should we leave it for now?
We shall.
Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, play is about to resume. This time, no bowlers has been lost, but the interval between innings will be reduced to 20 minutes.
Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where the players are coming back out onto the field. Well, I say the players, that's certainly the Glamorgan players. The umpires are there as well, and the two not-out batsmen are just making their way down the steps. Sam Connors, 4, Matty McKinnon, 43. The good news is we haven't lost any further overs. The bad news is you've got 20 minutes to eat your butties. So the interval has been reduced by 25 minutes from its original length. And why we couldn't do that in the first place, I have absolutely no idea. But these are cricket regulations, and I cannot be held responsible for them. Mark Beck makes a good point, saying it looks like we're on 5 Live from 3 o'clock, presumably to give an end-of-match report. So thank you, Mark. Thanks very much. Yeah, you might be right. We may well still be going at 3 o'clock if we get another couple of showers. Who knows?
Isn't there a Commonwealth game still going on?
Yes, yeah, that game's still going on at Edgbaston. And I've got absolutely no idea whose over this is, so
I think I did Douthwaite's last one.
Yes, well, I think you did both of them. But,
sorry, I've been all over the place today. It's all these interruptions. Douthwaite then to bowl from the City end is into bowl to McKiernan, who runs one down into the gully. There's no run. Lloyd doing the fielding. Ingram is keeping wicket. Bevan is fielding at cover. That's because Chris Cook has a calf problem of some nature, somewhere around there on the body. And hopefully it's not too serious and he won't miss much. Douthwaite in. Ball's outside off stump, driven straight to cover. McKinnon's gone for 43. It's 108 for 9. Bevan with the catch. Douthwaite with the wicket. Every one of the Glamorgan bowlers now has claimed a wicket. Douthwaite 1 for 14. And McKiernan's resistance comes to an end with his score on 43.
very similar to the Anuj Dal dismissal, almost identical to the Anuj Dal dismissal. Poor old McKinnon, he would have walked back out onto the pitch thinking, well, I might just get a half century. Get a half century and move on, but no, 108 for 9, he goes for 43. Fairly straightforward catch, in all honesty. And it means that two of Derbyshire's number 11s will be batting together as McKiernan gets a round of applause.
You'd better explain that one for Welsh listeners. Two of the number 11s.
Well, numbers 9, 10 and 11 would be 11 in any other side,
right.
essentially.
Wow.
If there weren't...
I think Aitchison is... McKiernan. Oh, no, he came in at 8, didn't he?
No, I'm not. I would never...
Well, 7, rather.
Yeah, McKiernan.
Sorry.
McKiernan can bat.
Sorry.
Ben Aitchison's got a first-class half
10.
century.
Yes.
That was in a very, very much a losing cause against Notts last season here, when he was just basically swinging the bat at everything to good effect. Sam Connors can stay out there. I wouldn't say he's got many expansive shots. And I'm not sure how many times I've seen Nick Potts bat, if I'm entirely honest. But he's played a couple of games this season for the side in the Championship. Didn't play in the T20. I'm not sure if he's played List A cricket or not.
Has he got a highest List A score listed? List A is an odd term when you come to think of it, isn't it, for non-cricket lovers?
It's a proper catch-all as well, isn't it, from 65 overs down to 40 overs.
Douthwaite in to bowl to last man. Potts. Ball bounces up off the thigh pad down towards northeast, who's in a leg gully sort of position. Glamorgan have been fond of this in recent weeks. They've several times posted a leg slip come leg gully. Well, Potts didn't have a first 11 appearance before this season, so
Only hasn't then.
by
no.
a
Yeah.
process of elimination, this is his list A debut. Dowswaite bowls and Potts nearly sees his list A debut innings come to a rapid end because he flashed outside off stump.
So whatever he scores, he's going to have to buy the drinks tonight. I'm not entirely sure he's old enough to know. He's just about old enough.
20, I think.
Is he?
Youngster. The real youngsters have been left to carry the drinks, the 18-year-olds, Wagstaff and Harrison.
Yes. Yeah.
108 for 9 as Glamorgan add a second slip to the mix. Colin Ingram is behind the stumps. Lloyd is at first slip, and now Tom Bevan has been moved from cover to second slip as Dowthwaite bounds in, bowls, and played out into the covers by Potts. Fielded by Root. No run. Dowthwaite always bounds in with some enthusiasm. And there's always a bit of hair action as well, flopping around. Quite often wears a band to contain the extremes of floppiness. 108 for 9. Dowthwaite runs towards us, bowls, and Potts plays that one defensively, perfectly safely. Down to Root at gully. No run, 108 for 9. Connors for Potts, no score. Wicket takers, 2 apiece to McIlroy and Lloyd, 3 to Van der Hoogten, 1 apiece to Joe Cook and Dowthwaite. So, what can Derbyshire scramble together for this last wicket?
Another 2, possibly. Potts has batted 4 times for Derbyshire. His high score is 9. This is all in red ball cricket. Van der Hoogten from the race course sent ball into Sam Connors, who clips this one very nicely down to long leg or deep backward square leg. Picks up another single to move on to 509 for 9. He's done rather better in the bowling department as Nick Potts has been okay. Further delays at Sedbergh, they're not going to play there, you know. It was horrible this morning, really horrible. 2 slips for Potts as Van der Hoogten is in again, and he covers up nicely and pushes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. So they're not going to get on. They'll be on in 10 minutes, but I would be surprised if they got on. Yorkshire 251 for 1 after 35 of their 46 overs at York.
Oof.
Against Northamptonshire.
Well, they struggled at Sedbergh before then. I suppose any outground you're going to get less.
Not that I'm aware of. They played Durham there a
facilities.
couple of times, I think, haven't they? Because it's virtually in Durham. As Van der Hoogten is in, and that's guided off an outside edge down towards backward point. They've run 1. Potts says it's all right, I'll stay here. They have moved on to 110 for 9. Never been on, sadly. I'd like to go. Quite nice. They're building a new ground, aren't they, Lancashire, near Leyland on the M6, and it's going to have 2 big pitches side by side where I assume they'll play an awful lot of the second team stuff and that kind of thing. But I think it will be capable of hosting first team cricket. This one is driven by Connors up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson, and there's no run.
Is that a new venue for cricket, or are they developing something that's already there?
Yeah, no, brand new. Yeah, I've seen an artist's impression. I think it's a long way from coming to fruition, but
Be interesting to know how they go about creating a new square from scratch.
Yeah.
Maybe for a rainy day.
Probably growing it already. This next one is pushed out into the offside again by Sam Connors, backward of square this time. Once again, there's no run, so they could sort of take it in blocks, I suppose, couldn't they? There'd be a number of hybrid pitches there as well, you'd imagine. I was just looking at where Van der Hoogten lands in his follow-through, but it's a bit late now.
This
is the last ball he's going to bowl. So
have a severe warning, Tim, thanks.
If they do warn him now, he'll just laugh, as will we. 110 for 9. Van der Hoogten in and bowls to. Oh, it's edged and caught. Connors went for an expansive looking drive, and Van der Hoogten finishes with 4 for 41. Derbyshire all out for 110 in just 29 overs, 30 overs exactly. 30 overs exactly. A fairly poor effort, all told. Good effort by the Glamorgan bowlers. The umpire's just pointing out now that somebody's been running on the pitch. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. 110 all out. Connors making 5. He was the last man out, caught by Colin Ingram, who was keeping wicket off the bowling of Van der Hoogten. 4 for 41 for him. 2 for 13, McIlroy. 2 for 21, Lloyd. 1 for 18, Cook. And Douthwaite 1 for 14. The Derbyshire batsmen who did well. Matty McKinnon got 43. And that's pretty much it. Double figures for Tom Wood, who made 18. Anuj Dal 17 and Ben Aitchison 10. And that's a very sorry looking scorecard from a Derbyshire perspective. So I'm assuming this won't be a 20-minute interval, or it might be. So we'll either be back in 10 minutes or we'll be back in 20 minutes. So in and bowls to Reed. 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 In and balls 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 to Reed. Draw 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 in and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. Lost players to that other nonsense in August, could lose players to the Lions tour. Wonder if presumably they wouldn't consider players who were in the other nonsense either, so that would reduce the pool of players quite considerably, unless they do take them out of that. But I can't imagine the players would be very happy with that, because that's where they earn all the money.
Well, they get paid by England, I suppose. As opposed to be paid by the crisp manufacturers.
Well, it's all coming out of the same money. It's all easy, because the ECB own all the franchises anyway, don't they? So, as far as I'm aware.
Do you think they get free crisps?
Well,
it's not very good for professional athletes,
You'd
is
be
it?
hacked off if you didn't get free crisps, wouldn't you? I'd want them.
Perhaps they fling them around the media box.
Out of a gun, like the T-shirts at T20. The crisp blast. David Lloyd's going to face the first delivery. And it's going to be bowled by Sam Connors from the racecourse. And 2 slips in place, bowls, and it's whipped away down towards deep backward square leg for 4. Matty McKinnon's running around the boundary but won't get there. And Glamorgan are up and running. 4 without loss after 1 delivery, which means under Duckworth Lewis, they're miles in front already.
David Lloyd made 56 on Sunday against Wales in 39 balls. To show he's heading in the right direction after a few struggles with consistency this season.
Just flexes his knees as Connors is on his way in again. And this one's on leg stump and whipped away again for 4 more. I think now McKinnon's got there. Excellent bit of work. He probably hadn't gone all the way back to where he was in the first place and manages to prevent 2 runs from being scored. But 2 runs are scored. Glamorgan move on to 6 after 2 deliveries. Very fortunate to have the Duckworth Lewis Stern pass score on the scoreboard in front of us. So Glamorgan 5 ahead already. I'm not going to say it's not going to rain. The last time I said that, it rained. It's Connors bowls. That's a better delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Lloyd to go through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire keeper. 2 slips, 3rd man. Short fine leg. That looks like Mark Watt. A man out on the square leg boundary. Point cover, mid off, mid on. Fairly standard field for the initial power play. If indeed that's what they're called. Connors is in, and that one's left alone and grubs along the ground into the hands of wicketkeeper Guest along the floor, and 2nd or 3rd bounce by the time it got to the keeper.
Derbyshire could do with a few more of those, really. So the full England squad: Stokes, Anderson, Bairstow, Broad, Brooke. Be interesting to see if he gets looking. Crawley, Folkes, Leach, Lees, Craig Overton, Matthew Potts, Pope, Robinson, and Root.
Connors in again and bowls to Lloyd, who tries to pull this and is into the shot a bit early. Pushes it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. He's wearing a Derbyshire cap. Didn't wear one at all on Sunday. Doesn't generally wear a cap very often. Everybody else is wearing a cap. And these very pale but bright blue colours that Derbyshire have gone for this season, with the club colours in little flashes. And goes Connors again, and that one is defended up to Rees once again by Lloyd. And that's the final ball of the first over. 6 runs from it, all of them to Lloyd. Northeast yet to face a ball. Glamorgan 6 without loss.
Eggshell blue, possibly?
Yeah, I like it. I must admit, I like it. 1 or 2 who don't, but
yeah, the Glamorgan one seems to have gone down quite well. Seen 1 or 2 around the crowd. As Aitchison will open up the attack from the city end, running towards us from the... Is it permanent temporary or temporary permanent?
Permanent temporary. Yeah.
Permanent temporary stand.
I don't think that's what it's called. That's just what I call it. But
it does sum up its construction very nicely. It looks like it ought to be a temporary construction, but it's always there.
It's always there. Yeah.
There's a similar construction at the Royal Dublin Showground for Leinster Rugby, of permanent, temporary appearance, but permanently there. Aitchison at 6 without loss is into bowl to Northeast, and he's hit on the pad by a first ball, runs down into the slips. There is a token inquiry from the slip area, but no more than that. I've just noticed these flashes on the back of the trousers.
I was going to ask you about those. What do you make of them then? Only on the right leg.
Very fashion forward, aren't they? Very brave minister. Is it really Humphrey? Aitchison is in to bowl. Northeast tries to run it down towards 3rd man, but gets rather too much on top of it and just chops it into the gully.
Brave, you say.
Jim Hacker, the fictional character of that political satire, was terrified of anything being labelled brave by his civil servants and advisors, because that was implying they thought it was a bad idea. Just to explain the 80s satire, as Northeast Doesn't get anything on that. I thought it might have flicked off the hip. It went down leg side, and it's called a wide, taken by Guest. Comfortably enough. But yeah, it's a series that has aged surprisingly well.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
absolutely.
political arena of the 21st century. Aitchison is in bowls, and North East didn't quite time that either. Playing out on the offside, maybe overcritical, but on the other hand, he's given us very high standards of recent weeks.
Mark Watt at first slip is wearing the snazziest pair of pale blue boots that I've seen for a long time. They look almost like sneakers.
Aitchison bowls, and North East again chops it down into the ground. And it is fielded by Wood, running forward from slip.
That's what you get if you're an international cricketer, though. So you can have boots whatever colour you want.
Yeah, it's surprising, really, that given how many teams, even at club level, wear coloured boots, that there aren't more available commercially. As that's played out into the offside by North East, and there's no run, because I was recently needed to buy a new pair of boots when my old ones started falling apart due to the excess weight put through them. I thought the team's now playing in maroon and black. Perhaps I'll get a pair of boots in one of those colours, but I couldn't find anything. As North East, again, struggling slightly with that. Just about got it under control. It's a good over, apart from the wide by Aitchison, which prevented it from being a maiden. Nothing off the bat. 7 without loss after 2 overs. The target is 110 in 47 at the moment. Further rain notwithstanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be any more rain.
So, yeah, I was surprised that there's not more coloured boots around available for the common folk to purchase. Billy Root wears blue boots generally.
Sam Connors then bowling to Lloyd, who pushes this one into the onside up towards Lewis Rees, who comes around from mid-on to do the fielding, but there's no run.
Sam North East has not been dismissed directly by a bowler for some time.
Oh, good.
He was out against Wales. Well, he was dismissed sort of by a bowler against Wales. He was run out by a very hard straight drive from Lloyd, which the bowler deliberately or otherwise deflected onto the stumps, and he was stranded.
He doesn't exactly need any more time out in the middle, though, does he?
No.
Connors bowls, Lloyd pulls it into the leg side in front of square. Rees is chasing. They've run 1. They're coming back for a second. There might even be 3 here. Is there going to be 3? No, there isn't. There's just going to be the 2. Rees returns the ball from the deep. 9 without loss.
The North East making 410 not out at Leicester, and in the game before that, 105 not out in the second innings.
Ridiculous. And he's yet to get off the marker. Is at the non-striker's end as Lloyd waits for Connors to bowl, and he defends it back to the bowler.
Well, I suppose he's due a blob.
Yeah, but this probably won't count, will it? Just pick up where he left off in September and off you go. Derbyshire announced an annual community fixture. That's going to be the Royal London Cup match against Hampshire, which is on the 12th of August.
And what does a community fixture entail, pray tell?
I'm glad you asked, Nick. I'm very, very glad you asked, because I've nearly got to that bit on the press releases. In comes Connors again. There's a leading edge there off Lloyd's bat. It goes up towards mid-off where Godwin does the fielding. He was aiming into the leg side. They're going to distribute complimentary tickets to the All-Stars and the Dynamos, as well as local clubs and those taking part in the Derbyshire Cricket Foundation's summer holiday camps. Just if you get a free ticket, come down and have a look. It'll be great. You'll enjoy it. It's a longish day, but you get a result on the day. This next one is swing and a miss from Lloyd outside the off stump as he tried to fire that away into the offside. Looking to try to bring new audiences to county cricket. I don't think that'll ever catch on. And obviously a bit of a reward for those local community clubs who are growing the game with all the youngsters who are there on Friday nights or whichever nights the kids train. my club up in Bolton is heaving on a Friday. Can't move for small children wielding bats and chucking things at you. Here's Connors in again. And, oh, that strikes the pad as he tries to flick it into the leg side. Lloyd dribbles straight back towards Sam Connors, and it's the end of the over. 3 gone, 9 without loss. Glamorgan 8 to Lloyd, and that wide. So that is on August the 12th, so a week on Friday. School holidays, looking for something to do, bring the kids.
Absolutely. All Stars and Dynamos, a very important element of the future of cricket. As Aitchison will continue from the city end towards us in some hazy sunshine, and Northeast defends out on the offside. Fielded by Kame at cover, and there is no run. I've been vaguely floating the idea that it possibly needs another level for 12 to 15, just a little bit more support for the clubs with a set scheme to get them through that age group. As forward comes Northeast and defends up to mid-off. And well, there's no run.
That's the difficult age to retain, isn't it?
Yeah.
With so many other things cropping up.
Yes. The youngsters' horizons widening somewhat.
Well, the football season's about 18 months of the year now, isn't it? Ridiculous.
As Northeast is struck possibly amidships.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
so.
going to take 5.
Yeah, he's on one knee. Not as bad as the one that Anuj Dal took in a recent game. That might have been down at Worcester, where he was completely floored. I mean, he was out for the count, lying flat on his back with his legs in the air. He was in a lot of pain, and of course nobody laughed.
No, Sam Northeast, who has got enough on his plate as things stand, given that his family base is still in Canterbury and he's got a young child there. So there's a lot of motorway miles for Mr. Northeast. Aitchison is in to bowl, and Northeast is forward, playing to mid-on, and there's no run.
He's a permanent signing, though, is he?
He is a permanent signing, yes. He's in the first year of a 3-year deal, and on the evidence so far with the 1,000 championship runs. As Aitchison is in to bowl to Northeast, taking his time to get off the mark, is struck again on the thigh pad as he's struggling to time it at the moment.
Well, perhaps it's not as good a wicket as we were fearing.
Well, there's bounce there, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's decent carry for the paceman as square leg is dispatched back towards the boundary and fine leg is brought up into the circle. So square leg and the third man are the 2 outfielders permitted. Glamorgan haven't really been looking for the gaps after those 2 early blows by Lloyd. As Northeast plays and misses there outside the off stump. So a fine over, maiden over from Aitchison, who hasn't actually conceded anything off the bat so far. 2 overs, 0 for 1.
Yeah, nice delivery to finish off with that. Ben Aitchison picked up match career best figures down at New Road. It was only his 2nd or 3rd game of the season. That played a couple of T20s towards the end. That must have been his 2nd first-class match of the season. After picking up an injury, so many quick bowlers do in the pre-season warm-ups, as Connors begins a new over, bowls to Lloyd, who pushes it out to Harry Kame at cover. There's no run. I do like, I like the kit. Just every time I look down, I keep thinking, oh, well, his trousers have ridden up in his right leg. It just looks like, just looks a little bit weird, but I do like it. So I'm not criticising.
And what are the 3 colours flashed across officially then? What are they described as?
It's blue, amber and chocolate, I believe.
Amber and chocolate, wow.
Derbyshire club colours. In goes Connors and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off by Billy Godleman, the skipper. He's standing, as he always does whenever he's playing. Always a mid-off, Billy Godleman. And once again, there is no run. Yeah, the same colours that Derby County first played in, because they were an offshoot of Derbyshire County Cricket Club. The group of youngsters has just arrived, or is coming out of the members' pavilion onto the grandstand to our left as Connors bowls on leg stump, thuds into Lloyd's pad. That'll be a leg by, as it's fielded there by Mark Watt. Leg by now, signalled by the umpire, 10 without loss, in pursuit of 110. So therefore they need 100.
Maths made simple.
That's just 2 overs and 2.3 and over. Derbyshire by this stage had absolutely rattled along. They were 7 for 3, which is a fine effort. They'd only lost most of their top order. Connors is in again, and that one is driven by northeast straight to Lewis Rees at mid-on. He starts to polish the ball.
You would assume that Glamorgan would hope to do without Chris Cook on the batting front if he has a calf problem. But Joe Cook's batted at 6 before and Douthwaite at 7, so Salter's batted up the order plenty of times, so not particularly an issue.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Here's Connors in again, and that one is forced off the back foot out towards the cover boundary by northeast. It's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. It just never slowed down, and it was being chased by Harry Kane, but it's a boundary for northeast to get off the mark. He's got 4. Lloyd has 8. Glamorgan 14 without loss in the 5th over.
Northeast, when he does time the ball, times it very nicely indeed.
He barely seemed to hit that. There was just no way Harry Kane was ever going to catch it. He's now breathing heavily and with his hands on his hips. Harry Kane at cover. As Connors goes in to complete the over and beats northeast outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Good delivery to finish with. But 5 runs off the over in total. 4 and a leg by. 14 without loss after 5.
It's interesting talking to Colin Ingram after his century a couple of days ago about the art of approaching 50 overs batting. He reckons this is his favourite format, but he says that it is often the case with the new ball from either end of getting through the early overs. As Aitchison is into bowl on the leg stump, Lloyd helps it away over short fine for 4 runs. 14 without loss.
It's probably not quick enough, Ben Aitchison, to bowl that short.
18 without loss. It's a little tardy on the board now. It's not quite sure. Well, it was just a ball of the wrong line, really. It's probably meant to be middle and off, ended up being middle and leg and helped away. Aitchison in again, bowls, and Lloyd skews this one up, and the ace should be caught. He is caught by Anuj Dal, running round from point off a leading edge. We saw a couple of those dismissals in the Derbyshire innings, so Lloyd has gone for 12, and conditions may be hard work in these early stages. Derbyshire do get a breakthrough, and it's gone to Ben Aitchison. As I say, talking to Colin Ingram, he was saying that with the 2 new balls, you tended to have to work through the new ball in the same way as you do in a championship match, rather than the idea of power play, go out all bats blazing, as it were, and try and smash your way to an early 50 or 60.
Yeah, well, you can see that. Caterham and Derbyshire clearly didn't take that approach. I'm not sure what approach they were taking, in all honesty, but yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense, because you look down and say, oh, the 6 overs gone now, but each ball is 3 overs old. And there is likely to still be a little bit of something throughout the first 10 overs of an innings for the bowling side, if they can put it in the right areas, as I believe they say. You've got to put it there. If you don't put it in the right areas, then you're in trouble. But the first wicket that fell in Derbyshire innings, which was Billy Godolm, was a bit of a leading edge.
Good afternoon to Steve West, and what a statement, the bowling assault in defence of the title. Did we mention that Glamorgan were the holders?
Are they?
Yeah, I seem to remember.
I didn't realise.
Trevor Freeman is enjoying the stream from Dublin, where Glamorgan getting wickets regularly early on. Now, Derbyshire have got their first wicket. Glamorgan need 92 to win. 110 is the target, despite Derbyshire scoring 110. There's Colin Ingram. Gets one down leg side, which will be called a wide. Ingram ended the Derbyshire innings keeping wicket because Chris Cook has a calf problem. Possibly strained taking that fine leaping catch to get rid of Tom Wood, which he seemed to hang in the air for quite a long time. Nice trick if he can manage it. 2 slips. Ingram drives hard down into the ground up to cover. No run. Nicely timed by Ingram, but struck it straight to the cover fielder. 19 for 1. Pursuit of 110 in this first one-day cup match. Dave will be joining the BBC Essex posse at Chelmsford on Friday. H's and bowls, and that's through lowish outside off stump. Ingram leaves it to go through to broadcast. I shall be joined by Alex Hode of BBC Radio Kent.
I've never worked with him.
No, it'll be a new one on me.
Yeah.
And someone else,
Excellent.
who I shall reveal shortly. Next delivery is defended by Ingram out on the offside, and there's no run. 19 for 1.
Yeah, so no doubt there'll be mob-handed down at Chelmsford. I think Dick must be there, judging by a reply that he put to a post that went up yesterday. Got my fingers crossed that Don Topley's on duty as well, but I think he'd probably be watching somebody else.
Outside off stump, Ingram fishes at that. Through to Gast, was expecting a shout from behind the stumps there, but just eluded the outside edge. I believe, if the rota that I'm reading is correct, that we'll be joined by the former Glamorgan and Kent batsman, Mike Powell, which
Clever.
suggests a bit of forward planning.
Yeah, clever. See what you've done there.
It wasn't my doing. I just tossed my editor a list of names and said, get all that lot in the mix. Among them was Edward Bevan.
Yeah, remarkably. I've got an update coming up fairly shortly. I'm just listening to my cue at the moment as Connors goes in and bowls to northeast. Who clips this one off his pads down to backward square leg for a single. He'll move on to 5, 20 for 1. Yeah, absolutely.
Do I need to take up commentary?
Well,
I've jumped across Dave inadvertently on several occasions today, I must
I
admit.
think the answer to that is you might as well. But yeah, no, absolutely, by all means, Nick. Thank you very much.
I'm getting... my timing is slightly faulty. It's the first official one-day match of the season, which has nothing to do with it, but a bit of smoke and mirrors. Next delivery is driven by Ingram on the offside, but straight to cover, where it's fielded by McKiernan. The Derbyshire batting hero to a certain extent. Well, he was the only one who got over 20. He was out for 43. Driving Douthwaite to sub-Bevan at cover, and he was 9th out. 20 for 1. Didn't see any spin at all in the Derbyshire innings. Salter not required. Ingram neither. Ingram is required with the bat, and again, just pushing ball on the leg side of bat and pad, fielded by the bowler. Connors in his follow-through. So Glamorgan's batsman, having got off fairly quickly with David Lloyd in the first over, putting away a couple of loose deliveries on leg stump, have struggled slightly with their timing. It looks as though they'll just try and ride out these opening overs. There's not much aggressive going on. Ingram blocks another one on the offside and just runs to cover. And there's no run. 20 for 1. Here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Derby and BBC Sport Wales. As the ball is transferred. Back to Connors. It's in his 4th over, 0 for 13 at the moment. He's got 2 slips, as Ingram turns one into a gap on the leg side, and they'll amble through for a single. The yellow-shirted batsman of Glamorgan, and everyone swaps round for the right-handed Sam Northeast. Ingram off the mark with that single, 21 for 1. The target is 110 in 47 overs. Derbyshire scored 110 all out in 30 overs by the vagaries of Messrs Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. The target is to match Derbyshire's score. As forward comes Northeast, defending out on the offside. No run. Well, this looks like the opening overs of a championship match at the moment. Glamorgan plodding along quietly, taking absolutely no risks at all with this modest target they're facing. 21 for 1 after 7. They're chasing 110 in 47 after a couple of brief rain interruptions. As Aitchison, the wicket taker, to continue, had David Lloyd caught at cover point off a leading edge for 12. Just 3 runs added since then. Aitchison is in to bowl, defended by Ingram up to mid-off. There is no run. So all reasonably sedate for Glamorgan so far. Derbyshire will not be able to settle for sedate. A little bit of blue sky away to our right, as Ingram drives at that and misses. And batting is looking quite difficult at the moment. Morgan may be hoping that the blue sky arrives overhead and takes any swing and cloud cover out of the equation. Next delivery is forced away by Ingram, down towards third man. There is a third man, and they'll just take a single. 22 for 1. As Dave Fletcher comes back into the attack and can
back in the room.
Resume the rest of the Aitchison over while I'm substituted by Edward Bevan.
Before you go though, Nick, I've just been challenged in an hour's time to speak to Sally Pepper. The song that's at number 1 when you're 14 defines your life. So you've got to look up what song was at number 1 when you were 14 for me, please. Ben Aitchison in, and tries to turn it into the leg side there, Colin Ingram, and makes a terrible mess of it.
It wasn't a vintage period for pop music, I don't think.
Well, no, mine would be a similar kind of time. So mine will be when I was 14. I was just going to say I would be 14 years of age, which is rather stating the obvious. This next delivery from Aitchison is pushed into the leg side by Northeast, and there is no run. So I've got to find out the number 1 in January 1975. No, 77. I've got half a chance here, you know. 1977. That was when I was 14. Edward Bevan comes back. He might have been more than 14 in 1977. We'll find out. There's a run taken there by Northeast.
I'm not going to tell you, but
no, I'm not going to guess. 23 for 1 at the end of the Aitchison over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. His figures now, so he's bowled quite nicely. And we're going to see the no, we're not. Sam Connors is going to continue.
Well, we saw Glamorgan seamers get a lot of movement, and it has to be said that the opening bowlers for Derbyshire, Connors and Aitchison, have done similarly. They've beaten bat, I would say, about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah.
And credit to them. So there's still enough there for the bowlers as the next over starts, and Northeast tries to clip it down the leg side. A wide ball call. These two put on the small matter of 306 at Leicester in the championship match. This after Glamorgan have been 7 for 2. So they're used to batting together. But they find it life not difficult, but they've got to be concentrating because these two bowl well.
Turns out the record that was number 1 on my 14th birthday isn't one that I remember with any fondness.
Here's the next ball. Played gently out into the covers. Tell us all.
David Soul, don't give up on us,
Don't
Starsky.
give up.
He was Hutch,
Yeah.
wasn't he? He was Hutch.
Yeah.
Don't give up on us. Look at the first few months of 1977. I thought I was going to land it lucky with a decent song, but turns out there were precious few decent songs that year at number 1.
In comes the next ball, and it's again mistimed as he tries to push it through the covers, but gets a sort of inside, a big inside edge, and it goes up to mid-off. So, in fairness, they bowled far better than they batted.
Yes, mind you, it was a low base, wasn't it? It was they were always going to bowl better than they batted, otherwise it would have been over in about 5 overs.
I find it very difficult to read that scoreboard in this end.
Yes, that is tricky. Stick to this one, Edward.
I will. Just want to know how many runs are needed. As in comes short played, and that's a lovely looking shot. That's going to run away probably for 4. Yes, I don't think he's going to be caught. Nicely timed by Northeast. That's his second boundary. As Connors now is in his 5th over. Remarkable thing about that innings of 410, Fletch, was he only slogged twice, and this when he got to 400. He went 6-6 on the declaration.
Remarkable.
So
Remarkable.
Connors into his stride, in over the wicket and bowls, and that's played defensively up to mid-off. There's no run. Does Godalming use these two who restricted Glamorgan's anticipated rapid start, and then see already Connors is getting up towards his halfway mark in overs. He's in his 5th. I would keep them going, wouldn't you, for a couple of overs?
Well,
just try and make a dent.
Would. Nick Potts will move the ball a little, and then certainly Lewis Rees will swing it if there's any swing there left now.
There's Connors, he's in bowls, and that's driven. And there is no run.
He's got options with Anuj Dal, Matty McKinnon with his
yeah.
leg spin, the left arm spin of Mark Watney. I'd be surprised. I know there was no spin bowled by Glamorgan, but
You've got to try all options when
I
he's
think
facing
so.
defending
I think so.
110.
give Mark, he's played a lot of international cricket for Scotland, Mark Watt. So
Is he on a one-day contract or whatever?
yeah, he played in the T20, then he played a couple of
Stayed
championship matches actually.
There's Connors and bowled. Northeast is caught at second slip. A very, very good low catch as he was driving. And Connors gets his reward. So Tom Ward, his diving away to his left, Tom Ward rather, and that's the end of Northeast. He's gone for 10, and just quietly they're making inroads here at Derbyshire. And the Glamorgan score 28 for the loss of the openers.
Yeah, nice catch from Tom Wood at second slip. Ben Aitchison at first slip might have thought he was in the game there, but it just went far enough for Wood to claim the catch. So
Connors will certainly stay on now.
yeah, just chipping away, Need to chip a bit more, obviously. 2 fours, 26 deliveries for Sam Northeast.
1 wicket to Aitchison and 1 to Connors.
And we've seen edges, and we've seen
Yeah.
leading edges, not just edges to slip and wicketkeeper, but we've seen those and leading edges. So it is clearly just moving around a touch and disconcerting the batsman. I don't mind a sporting pitch.
Yeah.
Makes it interesting, doesn't it? Makes it a bit more interesting. Imagine if it had just been ranked. I mean, there was some poor batting, but if it had just been ranked bad batting and Glamorgan come out and win by 10 wickets in 10 overs,
Then you know that there's been bad batting.
you know that there's a problem. But
That was the last ball of the over, and Glamorgan now 28 for 2. Remind you, they're chasing 110, and they've got all the time in the world to get it. They've only got to go in about just over 2 and over, and Kieran Carlson has come to join Colin Ingram. Carlson hasn't been in good touch in all forms of cricket this year, so he needs a score. Last year he was excellent in this. So he comes on to the far end, and will be Aitchison to carry on and bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who drives and didn't really time it, and it goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. Next batsman due in is Billy Root, and then Chris Cook. We don't really know whether he is going to bat or not, as Aitchison comes in. 2 slips waiting as this time is played away into the covers. One of 3 men saving a single there, and there is no run.
They bat a long way down though, Glamorgan, don't they, with Douthwaite, Cook, Salter.
Salter came in at number 9 on the first game.
Very capable batsman.
And the 2 Cooks, really. Aitchison in lovely sunny weather bowls, and that's cut away fiercely for 4 runs by Ingram. Short, just outside of a left, just outside the off stump, and hammered away. Don't think anybody's going to get a hand to that. So we'll move on to 32 for 2.
If anybody could have done, I'm sure Dal would have, but it's probably the finest fit. Well, he is the finest fielder in the Derbyshire side. He's one of the best fielders around at the moment.
Ingram moves on to 14. Carlson has yet to receive a ball. Aitchison is in again, bowls to Ingram, and chases a very wide ball, which might just have been called a wide. I fancy getting out to that. Yes, keeping wicket, 2 slips. The fine leg is up in the semicircle of 30 yards, and there's nobody down on the boundary as Aitchison comes in, bowls to Ingram, and Ingram tucks it away into the onside and will amble through for a single. 33 for 2. Carlson will have how many balls? 2 balls to face in this over.
Sending his long leg out to the boundary.
They finally decided it was 46 overs, or 47 or whatever. Yeah.
110, not 111.
Yeah, but Glamorgan, what did they go? 70, 21, 630 overs. Here's the first ball to Carlson, and they will scamper through for a leg bye. End of the over. Is it the end of the over? No, I think there's one more to go.
No, I think that's it.
No, that's it. Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan moved on to 33 for 2. Connors has bowled his 5 overs. And I'm really surprised if he doesn't bowl his 6th.
Unsurprising result from Sedbergh, where the match has been abandoned without a ball being bowled between Lancashire and Essex, which makes the 2 points from this game. I assume it's 2, is it? For winning this game will be all the more valuable, presumably to Glamorgan, but let's not count any chickens at this stage. Worcestershire 351 for 8 in there, 50 overs against Kent, so that was a good recovery. They were struggling earlier on. The power play's over, and
they are having a change. Yeah,
Lewis Rees is coming on to bowl. Yorkshire made 353 for 5 in 46 overs against Northamptonshire at York. So they're the scores in the games from the other games in this group. As Rees is in to bowl to Carlson, and pushes this out with the outside half of the bat to Harry Kame in the covers, and there's no run.
Can you imagine if you're going from Southampton or Taunton up to Sedbergh School, and then you've got to come back without a ball being bowled?
Yeah. The Essex boys will be exhausted by the time Derbyshire get there on Friday. Derbyshire play there on Friday, and then Old Trafford on
But he's gone,
Sunday.
hasn't he, Harman?
Has he?
I think he's going to join the Test squad.
Ah, excellent. Next delivery is short and wide and cut away by Carlson. That'll go for 4 runs. Harry Kame's already given up the chase on that one. I can't say I blame him. Poor delivery, really, from Lewis Rees. Carlson's off the mark, and Glamorgan are 38 for 2 in the 11th over. Oh, that is good news. He took...
well, put it this way, if he's not in the squad, Fletch, what's he, what on earth is he over here for?
Yeah, they must have a good spinner. I say a good spinner. He didn't turn one off the straight against Derbyshire. I think it was last season. It might have been the season before.
Variation, doesn't he?
And he got 9 wickets in the first innings. Rees bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side this time by Carlson for a single.
And, well, whenever he's played against Glamorgan in limited over stuff, he has conceded a lot of runs, isn't it? Well, they take chances, don't they? But he must be good through the air and his variation and everything at his flight. Although I suppose they do play on some very nice turning pitches at Chelmsford.
Yeah. Yeah, they've lost Critchley too. They'll be in Cardiff for most of August. As Rees goes in and bowls, that was just dabbed to backward point by Ingram. Fielded by Anoj Dahl, who wants something. No idea what he wants. I didn't understand what that signal meant at all. No, still not got it. I keep signalling it. It'll be Mitch Wagstaff who's got to try to work out what on earth he wants. Good luck, Mitch. Wagstaff played against Shropshire, but Mark Watt hadn't arrived at the club by that point. Here's Rees in again. 2 slips still. That one is a
shot.
Beautiful drive over the top of the 30-yard circle and a 1 bounce 4 out to the cover boundary.
He does play that shot so well.
Just launched into it, didn't he, Ingram? He's into double figures now, 11, and it's 43 for 2. Target just a further 66 runs.
What are you up? 8 runs off the halfway stage. 52, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
43, yeah. No.
Not far. In comes Rees again and bowls. That one is cut away and straight to Anoj Dahl, who fields at point.
And he's wringing his hands too. He is.
Let's have a little look at his left hand there. That's the end of the over that cost Lewis Rees 9 runs. His first, 43 for 2 with Ingram on 11 and Carlson on 5.
What if the Kent lads then, they're at Worcester, you say today, will go home, have a kip at home and travel to Cardiff tomorrow to play on Thursday?
That would make sense, wouldn't it? That would make more sense than anything. Yeah.
Especially this time of year when the cars are clogging up the roads and, on the rail strikes and things like that. Yes, go down and have a net on, and just arrive at the ground.
Yeah, they could practice there tomorrow, couldn't they?
Yes. In comes a new over, and it continues. Aitchison at the city end as the sun comes out behind these fluffy white clouds. And we were promised a dull, misty, and drizzly day, which is, to the contrary, it's a beautiful day here now. We've had a couple of breaks where in club cricket you wouldn't have dreamt of going off for that. No. Aitchison from the city end bowls the right-handed Carlson, who dabs it away. There certainly was a run there, but Carlson decides not to. So Glamorgan will play home against Kent. I haven't got my fixture list. Next time I'm on the air, they'll play Thursday, and I'll give you the full one.
You think you're going to get back on after this stint with only 66 required?
Never. Fletch, you said in your commentary about an hour ago, you never know in this game.
No, you don't. You don't.
Shall we say the Glamorgan are favourites and leave it at that?
I think they might be. I think they might be. Blimey.
Be nice to see you a lot coming down to Cardiff in September.
In September, yeah. Hotel's booked already. City centre.
I know the one. Walk across the park.
Yeah, it'd be beautiful. Beautiful.
You and Mr. Griffin sharing a car.
I'm not sure about that. It's a long time to be in a car with Griff. That. you wouldn't get many words in yourself. Yeah. Bless him.
He loves the game.
Oh.
Here comes the next ball, and it's a good length delivery, which is jabbed away out into the offside.
He's bowled, I think Aitchison's bowled quite nicely.
He has
bowled quite nicely. He's not massively experienced in.
There were two thoughts, I suppose, on this. Now, do we go, get these runs quickly, push the average up, or I think the prime objective is, win the game.
Win the game, absolutely. Absolutely.
And he comes away and bowls again, and that's chopped down to third man. It can only be a single, as the ball is fielded by Matt McKerney, who will see a bit of leg spin, I wonder, a bit of bounce on this pitch with a leg spinner.
Well, you'd be surprised if you didn't see any spin. I've said they've got some options. Billy Godwin was just having a long chat with Ben Aitchison to see if he fancies another
What's he bowled? 6.
6 now. He bowled 9 on the spin in that. It was Worcestershire's first innings, which is a long spell in first-class cricket these days. Didn't used to be, of course, but it is these days. And I asked him about it, and he said, "No, it just felt good." And at the
In
end of
rhythm.
yeah, he said at the end of each over, Billy Godleman said, "Another one," and he just went, "Yeah, no, I'm in a really good rhythm
Yeah,
here."
they like that bowlers, isn't they?
Picked up 4 wickets in the end, and
Yeah, watch a bit of it.
bowled nicely. As I said, it's only his 7th game of List A cricket, so relatively inexperienced.
And the power play has gone.
Yes, here's Rees to begin a new over from the racecourse, and that one's on leg stump and flicked away down towards fine leg. Mark Watt gets around to do the fielding. Hurls it back in left arm, as you might expect. Although, he bats left-handed, he throws left-handed, but he signs autographs with his right hand, and he's right-handed in golf, he tells me.
You bet it. There's a few bowlers, fielders, one in our side, who field right and left. You've got to be very careful.
I don't think I've never seen him throw it with his right hand, but clearly the right hand isn't like my left hand, which is just a waste of time. And I couldn't write with it, I couldn't throw with it.
Late Brian Close, of course, plays golf to about 5.
He's
And
both ways,
right
doesn't
and
he?
left. Yeah.
Here's Rees in again, arm bowls to Ingram, who turns this into the leg side, out towards Potts, who I just saw warming up a few moments ago. So perhaps we have seen the last of Ben Aitchison. Single taken, Carlson moves to 8:47 for 2. I think Potts would be disappointed if he didn't get a go.
Are you with the Brewers this year?
Yes, started on last Saturday.
And they
Didn't play very well at Wickham. Got beat 3-0.
did they?
Could have been worse. Bristol Rovers on Saturday. In goes Rees again. There's a play and a miss there from Carlson that just pitched and just moved away a little bit. Just enough to get past the edge of Carlson's bat and go through to Brooke Guest. 46 for 2 it remains.
Haven't been to the Wickham ground. All right.
It's got one big stand on the far side to where we
Commentating,
are.
all right.
Nice and low, and I like that. Low and quite close to the
Yeah.
pitch. It's good. It's good. It's just such a long way. It's not that far, but it's far enough. Rees in again and balls. That one sort of floats down
Yeah,
to
it did,
the other
didn't it?
end. It sort of wobbled in the air on its
Cross
way.
seam.
Yeah, and it was pushed by Carlson up to Billy Godleman at mid-off.
Is the gentleman the manager with the big hair? Is he still there?
At Wickham?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the pop, didn't he?
Yes, Gareth Ainscough.
Character, isn't he?
Yeah, oh, brilliant.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's a singer in a heavy metal band, isn't
That's
he?
right.
Yeah. With his hair down and his pointy shoes. It goes Rees again. That one's a little bit quicker. Turn into the leg side. Nice stop by Wood. Tumbling away to his right-hand side prevents Carlson from getting anything.
Yeah, I remember when Swansea played them. He was interviewed after. I said, "Who on earth is this?"
Yeah, no, he's a character.
And
He's been there a while
he's a fair,
as well.
you know, he's a
Yeah.
fair man. He said, "Yeah, we're outplayed today, whatever."
He didn't have to say that on Saturday. His side were 3-0 up after half an hour. Rees bowls dabbed into the offside by Carlson. Backward point does the fielding. Doesn't look like Nick. That is Nick Potts. I'm sure. Is he not? He must have a number on the back of his shirt, surely.
26.
Yeah. He's holding it, but he hasn't got a number on the back of his shirt. Look, he's just done a full 360. He's wondering whether unless that's not him. It might not be him, of course. That might be Potts up the top end. No, it isn't Potts. So we have a substitute fielder on.
And who's off? Where does Godleman feel?
Mid-off.
Right.
Always at mid-off. He's still out there. Dahl's still there. Sam Collins is out there, despite the fact he's just finished an over. It is going to be Nick Potts to bowl.
Yeah, and Connors 6 overs, 1 for 19, bowled pretty well. So it'll be Nick Potts. If he bowls half as well as his namesake at Durham, he'll be a good man.
It's his first bowl in the state cricket for Derbyshire. He made his debut this season in the Championship. Product of the academy. Been waiting for another one for a while. Sam Connors came through it. Tom Wood was there, but was allowed to leave and then came back.
My first sight of Nick Potts. Here he is from the city end, right arm over. Bowls the first ball to Ingram, who is hammering it through cover for 4.
Not perhaps the start he would have hoped for. But if you're going to bowl a half volley wide of the off stump to
Especially
somebody
to
like
Ingram.
Colin Ingram, you're going to get smashed to the boundary.
Yeah.
Lesson 1 learnt.
Yeah,
You cannot bowl there to a high quality player like Ingram.
the only chance you've got with Ingram is that you've hit that much, but a foot outside off stump or less. He does go for it, you know. And if I were the opposition bowlers, I would, and it looks as if they are, because they've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep fine leg, and a rather deepish mid-on. So they're obviously trying to hit, or Potts is trying to hit that off stump as he bowls again to Ingram. And Ingram, what did I tell you?
Had a go at it.
Had a huge go at
Had
that.
a go at it.
You know, having hit the glorious 4, he thinks, yeah, I'll try another one, yeah. But and he has been dismissed in that manner. He's had a terrific season when he came in for Labuschagne. He started off with 87, then got 100, then he's got another 100. And he goes to the Caribbean outfit, as they call them, after playing 7 games. Well, that's a nice couple of games to play, isn't it? And he's moved on to 16 as Potts comes in. Lively pace, but he's clipped away this time. No, they won't think of 2. Man comes in from deep mid-wicket with a numberless shirt on. And Morgan moved on to 50, so another 2 runs.
It looks like Mitch Wagstaff, but it might not be. It's tall enough to be Mitch Wagstaff.
Carlson waits as Potts with 2 slips, still attacking Derbyshire, bowls to him. He drives, he didn't know much about that, Kieran Carlson. They're going to get a couple, might even get 4. He's looking to drive through the offside. He got a huge inside edge, which tells us how fast this outfield. He just scurried along for 4, second boundary of the over. And the score moves on quite briskly now to 55 for 2. Is there anything on that board which says runs required? There
Yes,
is
just
55.
just above the points, yeah.
55, so they're exactly halfway. Potts is in, bowls to Carlson. Carlson plays a poor shot outside the off stump. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back, and he tries to have a little jab at it. He's moved into double figures. He's 11, the batsman out. The openers, David Lloyd, caught Dal, bowled Aitchison for 12, and Sam Northeast caught Wood, bowled Connors for 10. Good catch, very low down at second slip by the fielder there, Wood. Connors from that far end runs in towards us and bowls, and that's guided away rather than struck hard down towards third man, and the return comes in. No second run again and down, patrolling that third man boundary. And that is the end of Potts' first over. Rather an expensive over. Obviously, he was rather nervous and apprehensive, but he's got that out of the way. And it'll be Lewis Rees, by the looks of it, to continue at 56 for 2. Ingram's on 17, and Carlson is on 12.
He'd have been nervous, you're right, I think. Nick Potts, he's a very quiet young man. Always will say hello, but doesn't sort of try to catch your eye or anything like that. He's not one of these brash youngsters who thinks he's arrived, certainly. Lewis Rees from the racecourse ended into ball to Carlson, who clips it into the leg side as the wind gets up again, and it's fielded there by Tom Wood, and there's no run. So 56 for 2, 54 required by Glamorgan. Billy Godleman in conversation with Sam Connors. Still got Anuj Dal, Matty McKeon, and
You might as well try a
Mark
bit of everybody.
Watt, I think so. Possibly a bit, and if it is turning, Tom Wood will turn his arm. Picked up a couple of wickets on Sunday as Rees is in. Back foot shot from Carlson out into the offside, straight to Mitch Wagstaff, the substitute fielder.
Looking, Dave, as the way the openers have bowled, it would have been very interesting to see if Glamorgan had batted first, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Because they bowled very well here at the Glamorgan openers, and both were dismissed. They didn't score very quickly. But again, this white ball seems to be doing less now again.
Reese is in again, and this one is pushed by Carlson backward and square on the offside. Anuj Dahl does the fielding, and the umpire's going to have a look to see where Lewis Reese's front foot is landing. Reese has a cursory look over his shoulder, but doesn't seem too concerned.
Very experienced test umpire the other side, Nigel Long. Not sure I know this gentleman, Simon.
No,
something.
I've never seen him, Simon,
Never
with him
heard of
before.
him.
No.
Probably either a minor counties or good club umpire.
Reese is in again and balls. That one comes off on edge down to third man. Carlson will pick up a single to move to 13. 57 for 2. Can I just leave you with it for a moment,
Sure.
Edward?
There's these two now, but on 29 for the third wicket. First wicket, second wicket fell at 28. Very expansive offside field, yet there's nobody sweeping, which is rather a surprise as Reese comes in, goes to the left-handed Ingram, who flays that away for 4. Can't understand why there isn't a man out there, because the singles really don't matter. And that's another glorious shot by Ingram, who moves on to 21, 61 for 2. Wind comes up, but it's a hot, well, shall we say, a warm wind here at Derby. There's Reese left-handed to left-hander here, runs away from us from the racecourse end and bowls and tries to clip it away, but it hits the pad outside the line of leg stump. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan easing their way to that target of 110. Ingram is on 21, Carlson is on 13. And I wonder what the captain might be thinking of doing. Try and bring Connors back, because there's nothing in it for Lewis Reese, who has now gone for 16 in his 3 overs. It'll be Potts to continue. And you might as well bowl him, Nick Potts, because it doesn't look really that Derbyshire are going to win, so give him experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let him get into a bit of a rhythm, give him a proper spell. Yeah.
And here he is from the city end. He's coming in now to the right-handed Carlson and bowls to him, and Carlson gets behind it. And this is a less aggressive Kieran Carlson today, and because he's at a bad trot in all forms of cricket, and it appears that he's now, rather than flaying away, he knows only another 50 runs and they've won the game, just to play and have a good net, as they say.
Yeah, a bit of situational cricket out in the middle. Won't do him any harm.
Here he is again. Potts comes in and bowls to Carlson. Carlson takes a huge wallop at that. Stands on his toes. Now, Carlson is, what is he, 5'7", 5'8". He had to stand on his toes. He's waving to the pavilion for something.
Step ladder.
Step ladder, or the physio if he pulled a muscle trying for that.
Yeah, he didn't get very close to it, I don't think. Sharp from Potts. He's capable of a sharp delivery.
Well, they breed them up here for years and years. Quick bowlers in Derby.
They're used to.
Here's the next ball. Nicely timed, but straight to a deep gully position, and there's no run. The great Les Jackson, Cliff Gladwin, the gentleman we were talking who sadly passed away last year, Mike Hendricks.
Yeah.
Dominic Cork, we come up to latter day, not absolutely in the old days. We could go on and on.
He's an old man now, Dominic.
Is he involved here now, Cork?
No. It was in the T20 for a short while, but a couple of seasons.
And the next ball, and a little bit short, played off the back foot, and a good over this from Potts.
Yeah, no, I think he's a very useful bowler with potential at the moment, and that's all he is. But he's managed to stay fit, largely fit throughout the course of the season, which I think for a young, quick bowler is half the battle.
No runs of this over, and there are 2 left. 10 off the first. Good for the young man. As he comes in now and bowls to Carlson. Carlson drives, will get an edge down the third man. Kinnan fields, that's the single. And there is one ball left. Say, Nick, I'm astounded that they haven't got a deep extra cover for Colin Ingram, who's hit 3 if not 4 fours through that area.
Yeah, they can't have been watching many of the videos because he's hit an awful lot through there all season.
But they're looking for wickets as they need to. Still 2 slips. Hands a little bit down at the moment as if they're going through the motions. No, it's still vacant. Anyway, he's going to attack that off stamp, and Ingram pulls away immediately. I can't see anybody behind. No, I think he was waiting. He could see he was still running. The corner of his eye, the man rushing out to deep mid-wicket. He hadn't quite arrived there. And now he is settled. Still that huge gap all round the onside. There's a single everywhere. There's 2 at some places as Potts, young right-hand medium fast, comes in and bowls. Oh, and he lobs that up into the air as Ingram gets a leading edge and immediately looks at the tools of his trade. The bat. It was the bat's fault. That's right, Colin. Get a new bat out there. And the Glamorgan 12th man is running out as he's got a change of... He has a swig of water. And Ingram is having a change of gloves. Nick is back and been leaving the gaps, Nick, in your report. I'm a little bit cautious. I've gone so-and-so won by so-and-so. Yeah, I've seen too much cricket over the years.
Filled in the name of the winning side as yet.
No.
I might have gone a little bit further than that. Here's Rees then to bowl to Kieran Carlson on 14 not out. As Rees is into bowl, Carlson drives nicely through the offside for 4 runs through point. Third man's chase is in vain towards the car park, and Carlson in particular, who's not had a great season by his standards, could do with seeing this one through, not only from the team's point of view, but for his own.
I was saying that he's not trying to attack all the time. He's played very much as the length and everything else is demanded. And he needs a good not out here if he can.
Rees is into bowl. Carlson defends. He's on 18. It's 66 for 2, just 44 runs needed for a victory. Bizarrely, Derbyshire scored 110, but via the machinations of Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, Glamorgan need 110. So, the new vibrant colours of Derbyshire are not being matched by a vibrant performance from their team at the moment, as Rees is into bowl and Carlson plays that one cautiously to point. And there's no run. Still seems to be a little bit of lift in the pitch now and again.
Well, I don't know if you heard. I was asking Fletch, had Glamorgan been batting first, I think they might have found just a little bit of difficulty because Connors and Aitchison have bowled very well. And first thing this morning, when there was plenty about, might have been a bit more difficult.
It's a good toss to win for Carlson. As Rees is into bowl 2, the Glamorgan captain, who drives, doesn't quite time that. It's out through mid-wicket. There'll be at least 1. They'll think about it, but quickly the ball is Matty McKiernan and prevents them from coming back for a second. Colin Ingram then on to strike at 67 for 2. Ingram, who kept wicket for a good part of the Derbyshire innings after a calf problem suffered by Chris Cook.
It was a calf, was it?
Calf, that sort of area.
Have you seen him?
No, that was the brief message I had from one of the coaches.
He should be all right, was the message I had.
It's defended by Ingram out on the offside, and there's no run.
Didn't he have a calf injury?
Yes, he missed a few, didn't he? Missed, what was it, 1 championship and 4 T20, I believe.
Which, it's a little bit worrying. Because he is the enforcer at the end of the innings.
Yes.
Not that he will be urgently needed today, says he.
As Rees in, bowls. Ingram takes a step down the wicket, but then plays a defensive shot once he gets there. End of the over. We've had 17 overs bowled here on BBC Sport Online, and Glamorgan chasing 110 to win in 47, 67 for 2, requiring 43 off 30. So this game is likely to come to a premature end one way or the other, whether it's by a volley of runs or a clatter of wickets. The former is considerably
Favourite. Were you telling me Glamorgan were 4th?
6th, according to one gentleman who tweeted me, 6th favourite.
There's young Nick Potts to start his 3rd over, bowling to Kieran Carlson. Carlson glides out, opens the face and gets a single at McKinnon. Got a lot of work to do down here in the 3rd round boundary. I don't know if you've heard that Lancashire Essex has been abandoned.
All right.
So that means if Glamorgan, as they should, win this game, at least they'll get a start over 2 sides who you probably favour. Because Lancashire got a very good seam attack, even though the likes of Mahmood, Anderson and Co are not playing. People like Bohannon to play, to bat up in the order as Potts bowls. And is pushed away on the onside. Might have just hit the pad on the way. As guess the wicketkeeper chases after it. We'll see what Nigel Long's going to say. Is that, or is he just...
Yeah, just a little tap of the knee.
Yeah, I thought it was. Like a man with a wooden leg, wasn't it? Just
wasn't a
funny.
Wasn't a very big signal, was it? Yeah, you'd have thought that if Cook does miss a couple of games, Chris Cook, then Joe Cook would push up to 6, Douthwaite maybe 7, and Tom Cullen come into the side. I
would bring Tom Bevan in. Here's the next ball. Well, it appears that Alex Horton is the next one, isn't he? As this delivery puts Carlson on his backside.
Well, Horton played for the Wales national county, so of course he's a possibility, and he opened the innings for Wales against Glamorgan. So, yeah, difficult decisions to be made. You could go one of 3 ways if Chris Cook is out. You could go to Alex Horton, you could go to Tom Cullen, who was a member of last year's winning side, or you could ask Colin Ingram if his knees are up to 50 overs.
And he's got a bat as he's doing now. Potts, who settled into a nice rhythm here, bowls, and having said that, it's a magnificent shot from Carlson, who plays it on the up through extra cover. Well, surely the bowler could ask, please, can I have a deep extra cover? Never seen anything.
It probably needs one for both these batters, really.
Yeah, because they're both very attacking, very strong through the offside. They do hit the ball hard.
It's a favourite shot of both men. One a left-hander, one a right-hander. 73 for 2. 37 needed.
Potts is in. Bowls again. Not guided. It's down to 3rd man for yet another run. 74 for 2. 36 more runs as Glamorgan will be heading down the... Where do we start? Well, M1, M42, M5, M4, M50, A40 and home. Could be 8 o'clock tonight. In the rush hour. There we are, Nick. We're much earlier than we anticipated.
Yes, you're always at the rush hour in Newport, whatever time of day.
In comes the next ball and beats him. Outside the offside, Ingram had a ball there which kept just a shade low. End of the over, and it's 74 for 2. Carlson's moved on to 25. In front of Ingram was 21. And Glamorgan surely should win this with a lot to spare.
The Bringlass tunnels in Newport seem to be a permanent headache, and the area around there was driving past there last night. I was glad I wasn't coming the other way, heading west, because there was several miles of backed up traffic around about sometime between 6 and 7.
We get away about 4, quarter past. You'll be hitting that about 6:30. Might just...
Ooh, I won't be away by that time, Edward.
2 hours.
Rees is in to bowl, driven nicely into the offside by Carlson, but no run this time. But well, if you'd like to do the post-match interviews and wrap
Well, I will.
up wrap up everything. Then I will be away by 4. But no, it's there's a little bit of admin to be done. 74 for 2. I would imagine that those interviewed on the Welsh side will be in pretty amenable mood. Rhys bowls, driven by Carlson again through the offside. Again, there is no sweeper, not quite timed. Kane manages to haul it up just inside the deep cover boundary, and Carlson's comfortably back for a couple of runs. 76 for
Although
2.
I could go up to the nearly new Heads of the Valley Road and go that way.
Has that improved at all in recent years?
It is, but there's still quite a lot there on the top, if you know what I mean.
Rhys bowls and Carlson drives, but straight to mid-on, where there's a tumbling stop by Sam Connors, the fast bowler. 76 for 2. Not too much jeopardy in this match at the moment. Derbyshire need to create a few nerves within really the next couple of overs, otherwise it is going to be a Glamorgan stroll to victory. Rhys in to bowl. Carlson tries to run it down to third man, but just gets too much bat on it and plays it to gully, and there's no run. .110 the victory target here at Derby. Matty McKiernan, 43, was Derbyshire's top scorer. Only Tom Wood, 18, Anuj Dal, 17, and Ben Aitchison with 10 made it into double figures apart from that. 4 wickets for Van der Hoogten. As Rhys is in to bowl a short delivery that Carlson thinks about pulling, but in the end got out of the way or got underneath it.
That's his one for the over.
2 wickets apiece to McIlroy and Lloyd, 1 apiece to Joe Cook and Douthwaite. Salter was not required to twirl. And although Glamorgan lost Lloyd for 12 and North East for 10, the low nature of the target meant that any sort of stand would put Glamorgan firmly on top. The only down point from the Welsh point of view, the calf problem suffered by Chris Cook, which we will wait to see the result of medical checks tomorrow. Rhys into bowl on leg stump, helped away by Carlson down to fine leg for a single. 77 for 2 Glamorgan.
Yes, they're scoring with ease now, aren't they? And this partnership has put on 49.
Well noticed. On the verge of a 50 partnership, there are a small number of Welsh supporters here, down mostly in the corner to our right.
Oh, well,
Spotted a Welsh flag in one of the stands earlier.
they'll be happy driving home tonight.
There's a Glamorgan Travellers flag as well. So well done to them for getting here.
Yeah, just to remind you, Thursday, count to the visitors who've been having a bit of a tuning at Worcester today. 355, I think they scored. Yes, Potts starts in the over, and that's driven nicely past the bowler. It's going to get them 1. Is it going to go for 4? No, they just come back for 8 seconds. So Carlson leading the charge, if you like, towards this victory target of just 110. And they're now 77.
And
30.
reminder of Derbyshire's next game is away to Essex on Friday. All 11 o'clock starts at the moment.
Wouldn't fancy the M25 on a Friday night. Here comes Potts. He tries to uppercut that, does Carlson. Gaining more confidence. He's moved on to 30, but he didn't get a touch.
Women's international in the Commonwealth Games. England beat South Africa by 26 runs. England 167 for 5. Alice Capsey 50. Catherine Brunt 38 not out. Amy Jones 36 not out. South Africa 141 for 4. Odd. Don't usually see sides beaten with only 4 wickets down by 20 odd runs.
Short, wasn't it, that? And hammered again by Carlson through the offside to the vacant extra cover position. I don't think, Nick, I've ever seen in one-day cricket, when you've got to the power play pass, there's not a deep extra cover. I cannot work it out. There's some plan. Carlson moves on to 34, and Glamorgan now put in their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, I mean,
83.
deep square? Why?
Got a ball rank. Half trackers for that. As Potts comes in again and bowls to Kieran Carlson and cuts again and gets 4 runs. Both of us are shaking our heads, but there we are. You feel sorry for the bowler. Young man playing his first game. Give him protection. Derbyshire not going to win the game, so try and give him some confidence. Give him a long ball, but please give him some protection on the offside. He's got 2 slips.
Yeah, I suppose Derbyshire need to go for wickets. I don't understand the slips, but if you're mopping up runs, then you need a cover as the first point of call for your deep fielders.
Yeah. Potts bowls. Better delivery, nudged away, but they will get a single. As that is the end of... no, there's one more ball left. He's gone for 28 in 1 ball short of 4 overs. And Glamorgan now, this will do their average for the start of their defence a lot of good.
The old net run rate, yes. As Derbyshire technically had 47 overs, didn't they? So they only...
Yeah. Don't ask me how it's all worked out, but Glamorgan have also only lost 2 wickets as Potts comes into the last ball of the over, bowls, and this time it's tucked away nicely. They'll get a couple here, surely down towards the fine leg boundary, fielded just inside with Lewis Rees, and they go through for 2 more runs, and Glamorgan are up to 90. So it's just the 20 runs, and it'll be all over much earlier than we all anticipated. Simply because Derbyshire never got a start. They were 6 for 3, 31 for 5, and there was resistance from Matt McKinney, who struck 43 and really was the only batsman who came to terms with this Glamorgan attack. Rees will continue to bowl his 6th over, 0 for 24, and the run rate is quite healthy, 4.5 and over. And this where you would think these two might just start attacking now.
Rees is in to bowl to Carlson. Plays out on the offside. No run. Well, Carlson just needs to be the end, doesn't he?
Doing good.
For his own peace of mind. Not out would be the ideal for Carlson.
Ingram in the runs again. I know he's only 23, but he's in good nick this season.
Next delivery is driven by Carlson through the covers for 4. Repeat, repeat, repeat.
Yeah, beautiful shot though, isn't it?
It is a beautiful shot, but it beggars belief that Derbyshire...
Okay, we'll say it's a bit straighter than square, but there's nobody on the offside, only 3rd man. Anyway, that is their problem, not ours, Nick. We just try and tell you all, or you can see for yourself, that it's rather strange.
As there is now a little consultation.
16 to win.
Between bowler and fielders. Sam Connors offering his 2pence worth to Lewis Rees, who has the ball returned to him by Billy Godleman, and there's no change in the field. It looks as though we're going to be packing up very early indeed as the next delivery, just back of a length, but forced again by Carlson through the offside. That one may well run away for 4. It's a hard outfield after the dry weather we've been having, and that one has run away very nicely indeed. And Kieran Carlson is really motoring at the moment. He moves on to 47 not out. And the total on to 98 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online.
A round dozen, as they say.
12 to win.
I wonder what Billy Godleman is telling Lewis Rees. He has a little chat as he tosses the ball while he's coming around the wicket. I don't think that's going to make much difference. Carlson 3 short of 50.
Here is Rees to bowl to Kieran Carlson then, who plays that one down into the gully, and there's no run. But it really is going to have to be a rethink for Derbyshire, who have not bowled badly, but they had so little to defend.
Yeah.
They had precious little chance, really. And their batting it was that let them down, particularly at the top. Short ball from Rees, top-edged by Carlson, but that could go all the way. It does go all the way, and Kieran Carlson reaches his half-century with a 6, top-edged over the keeper, but got plenty of bat on it. It takes Carlson to 53 not out off 51 deliveries. It takes Glamorgan past 100. They are 104 for 2, with 6 needed to win.
Another shot like that, and we'll be heading for the car.
Indeed so. 6 to win for Glamorgan, and we're only in the 21st over. Well batted Kieran Carlson. Rees is in to bowl, and Carlson tries to run it to third man. Again, gets a little bit too much on it. It ends up in the hands of Point, and there's no run. 104 for 2. Glamorgan needs 6 to beat Derbyshire in this opening one-day cup match.
You can start tapping now.
Thank you.
Yeah, good performance by Glamorgan. The bowlers, especially at the start, bowled extremely well. And now, despite losing their openers for just 28 runs, they have responded well. Carlson and Ingram. Good to see Carlson, as Glamorgan's point of view, getting some runs. And with just 6 needed, can you figure out why 2 slips are needed? Anyway.
They're just going for wickets, aren't they?
104 for 2, 6 needed for victory. In comes Potts, and quick delivery, which he just drops his wrists rather on it, and it goes back to the bowler. So they will regroup, Derbyshire. They'll go up to Chelmsford, try and forget about this game. Well, not forget, learn some lessons perhaps, and get stuck into Essex. Glamorgan will play in about 10 days, fortnight's time.
Oh, don't ask me to look at the schedule. It's a Sunday, I believe.
I only know it's the next game. That's short, pulled away up towards mid-wicket. It will be stopped by Rees on the boundary's edge, and the return will come, and 5 not out, a 5 to win rather. And this is the 22nd over. So I suppose if you try to work out if the game has gone in, you'd back Glamorgan for about 260, 270. I would have thought. If not more, you never know towards the end of these games when you get 8 10s and over. Here comes Potts to bowl to the Glamorgan captain. Oh, he nudges that away. It was well short of the man at slip, who is now wringing his hand. That's Tom Wood, who took a good catch to dismiss Sam North East earlier on. Glamorgan need a boundary to win this game, and it will be Colin Ingram, possibly to strike the winning runs, although he won't be too happy with a little not out. Get the red ink there.
Yeah, Carlson's had more of the strike, 53 balls to 33.
Yes. Here's Potts to Ingram, bowls to him, and he has tried to put that in the next parish, and we're going to have a delay because it's helmeted. That delays Glamorgan's victory by a good 5 minutes, because he tried to pull a quick delivery, looking to end it all, and then he's had a bang on the bonce, and everybody will be called now. Lots of spectators drifting home on the far side of the field.
I shall let Edward steer Glamorgan potentially to victory. Dave Fletcher has a BBC radio update, so he'll join you, as the Americans say, momentarily, which of course is the wrong use of the word.
Americanizing things again. Dave is back. Just the
welcome to Pedant's Corner.
Got to have a look now. Tell me who my name is, please, Colin. Count to 5. Now count backwards. Say it again. Carry on.
Just managed to head them off at the pass at Radio Derby, actually, so I could get the final outcome of this game. And then, of course, Ingram goes and gets himself clonked on the head, which delays us by 3 or 4 minutes. I think we know what the result's going to be now, Edward. But
I've even filled in.
Have you put one by? Ooh.
Well, there are only 4.
Ooh.
Yeah. I thought, we were just surmising, thinking, Glamorgan, it's only the 21st. Had they batted like this, had they batted first, and were going like this, would have got them at 270, 280. Because it is basically a good pitch. It's good for the bowlers coming through, and it's good for the batsmen because they can play some attacking shots, true surface. Here is Potts bowls, and that's going to be the winning run. A 6 by Colin Ingram down to this end of the ground, and Glamorgan have got off to a good start defending their trophy here at Derbyshire. They've beaten the home side by 8 wickets. It ended with 112 for 2. Ingram was 30, and Kieran Carlson was 54. That was a very good partnership after they came together with Glamorgan 28 for 2 just before you came in. I don't know, have you got to do this update now? So I better...
No, you're all right. Yes, no, right. Edward, it's been an absolute delight.
What I want to say is that Derbyshire will regroup, take a lot out of the game, even though they've lost heavily. What are we going to do? Because they're too good a side to be bowled out for 100 again. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Absolutely. They'll have to just put it down as a bad day at the office and get on the bus on Thursday and travel down to Chelmsford and hope they can do a bit better there against an Essex side who haven't played today because their game up at Lancashire was abandoned without a ball being bowled. 84 Ingram and Carlson added from just 77 deliveries to go on and win the game.
Just to say, Dave, that has been an absolute pleasure. Always in to work with you again. And we look forward very much for you to come in September for a 4-day match.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Might even take you out for a glass of shandy.
Hotel's already booked, Edward. We will be going out at some point, I'm sure. So you'd be more than
many
welcome
thanks.
to come along. Thank you, Edward. And thanks to Nick Webb as well.
Yeah.
Next door from BBC Wales Sport. That's it from us. I'm afraid it's a mid-afternoon finish here at the Incora County Ground. Just gone 3:30, and Derbyshire have lost this one by 8 wickets. A very comprehensive win. 21 overs and 5 balls Glamorgan took to reach their target. 112 for 2 at the end. Wickets for Connors and Aitchison, but precious little joy elsewhere. We'll be back on Thursday for Glamorgan. They're taking on Kent at Cardiff, and on Friday, Derbyshire down at Chelmsford to take on Essex as the Royal London One Day Cup starts to build momentum, if indeed you can build momentum when you play 8 games in a month. Thanks for your company this afternoon and this morning, and we'll see you soon.